Chapter 1271. Martial Saint 9th level. I didn't expect it to be harder to break through the Martial Saint realm. No wonder so many people only break through one level after a few years. Unless I find enough spiritual stones or immortal crystals, I won't be able to break through in a short period of time. However, the spiritual chi in the Dark Azura Hall's small world seems a little strange. Yifei shut himself in his room. After cultivating for 2 hours, he opened his eyes in shock. Within the beastmark space, Xiao Chao stretched out his small hands and counted seriously. When he realized that he didn't count enough, he dragged the dragon turtle over and counted again with the dragon turtle's claws. Then, Xiao Chao's eyes became very big as he told Yifei that Xiao Chao had sensed more than 20 spiritual veins. And that was only the outer area of the Sanluo Temple. As for the inner area of the Sanluo Temple, Xiao Chao didn't dare to count. That was because there were many spiritual veins inside the Sanluo Temple, and they were all guarded by extremely strong emperors. Once they sensed something, they would be discovered. After hearing Xiao Chao's description, Yifei was greatly shocked. More than 20 complete spiritual veins. Heavens! Even the 4 great sacred academies only have 3 to 5 complete spiritual veins. Dark Azura Hall has more than 20 complete spiritual veins. Doesn't that mean that all the sacred academies added together can't compare to the Dark Azura Hall? Moreover, this was only the remnants of the Life and Death Hall. Then, before the Life and Death Hall was destroyed, how powerful was it? Strange. With such a powerful force like the Dark Azura Hall, they could easily take over the entire Dragonhead world and fight against the Middle Region boundary Emperor families. Why would the Dark Azura Hall hide their strength? Yifei felt that it was very strange. He quickly thought of the Death Hall that Yu Zhijiang mentioned. The Death Hall is called the Demon-Human Hall. Could it be that the human demon came from the Life and Death Hall? Since that's the case, why does he want to destroy the Sky Martial Continent? Isn't this indirectly destroying the foundation of the Hall of Life and Death? Various doubts appeared in Yifei's mind, causing him to be slightly interested in the Hall of Life and Death. As he shook his head and said, "Who cares? Since I'm here at the Hall of Life and Death, I won't be able to run away. Since I'm already here, I'll just take it as it comes. I should focus on cultivating with the chi here." One had to know that the 3 deans of the true Martial Sacred Academy couldn't use more than 20 spirit veins to cultivate at the same time. Now that there was an opportunity, Yifei wouldn't miss it. Rumble. In the following time, Yifei began to cultivate diligently. In order to absorb the spiritual chi here faster, he directly released 8 primordial spirits. They formed 8 terrifying voids and crazily devoured all the spiritual chi in the surroundings. Soon, under the influence of the primordial spirit void, the entire room formed 8 frantically spinning spirit chi funnels. A large amount of spirit chi gathered from all directions into his body. In just 3 days' time, Yifei could feel the barrier in his body showing signs of breakthrough. Such a powerful spirit chi. It seems like the Sanluo Hall not only has a large number of spirit veins, but their quality is also very high. Yifei was overjoyed. According to his normal cultivation speed, it would take him at least 5 years to rank up to the 9th layer Martial Sacred Realm. Even if he were to use spirit stones and immortal crystals, it would still take him 3 months to half a year. However, in the Sanluo Hall, he had only cultivated for 3 days, and there were already signs of a breakthrough. This showed how shocking the effect of cultivating with a large number of spirit veins was. Maybe, without using spirit stones, I'll be able to rank up to the 9th layer Martial Sacred Realm in a month's time. By then, I'll have the strength to fight against a late-stage Martial Dominator Realm cultivator. Yifei was excited and cultivated even harder. Xiao Chao and the Dragon Tortoise did not absorb the spirit chi. Firstly, Yifei had left a lot of spirit stones and immortal crystals in the bee seal space. Secondly, Xiao Chao could sense a strong spirit sense observing Yifei. At the same time, this spirit sense was hidden in the void and was in an indistinct state. Not to mention Yi Fei, even a martial dominator would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chao only managed to discover it after opening his spiritual eye of the heavens and earth. How is it? Are you sure? This kid is really abandoned by the heavens. He even cultivates the power of despair. Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not know that there were already 2 boundary emperors in the Sunluo Hall observing him with their spirit sense. It's confirmed. Everyone has the heavenly Tao brand in their bodies. Only those who have been abandoned by the heavens, for some reason, don't have the heavenly Tao brand. The ones who spoke were 2 old men in black. They were also the 2 branch hall masters of the Sunluo Temple. In the Sunluo Hall, the boundary emperors were the hall masters, and the martial monarchs were the vice hall masters. Actually, when Yi Fei entered the Sunluo Hall, the 2 hall masters had already started paying attention to Yi Fei. Now, when they noticed the faint power of despair coming from Yi Fei as he cultivated, they were even more astonished. This kid is really strange. He is a person abandoned by the heavens, unable to even clear the martial monarch tribulation. Yet, he actually managed to walk the path of despair? That might not be the case. It is not impossible for a person abandoned by the heavens to clear the martial monarch tribulation. The records of our life and death hall stated that the person who destroyed our martial emperor corpse puppet tens of thousands of years ago was a person with a body abandoned by the heavens called Qitian. If it were not for that matter, even if those traitors from a human demon palace appeared, our life and death hall might not have been destroyed. Senior brother is right. As the saying goes, even if the heavens abandon a man, they do not abandon him. This kid being abandoned by the heavens already proves his potential. If the Sacred Institute does not want to take him away, then we will. After observing for a while, the 2 boundary emperors finally confirmed that there was no problem with Yi Fei. Then, they called Yu Zhijiang over. The black-clothed old man on the left said, "Yu Zhijiang, since you are familiar with Yi Fei from now on, you will be his guide. You are responsible for guiding him to our Sunluo Hall as soon as possible." Yu Zhijiang looked at the 2 boundary emperors in confusion. Rumble. Spiritual energy rumbled in Yi Fei's room. After cultivating bitterly for 20 days, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body had reached its peak. He immediately tried to break through the bottleneck of his martial path. Unsurprisingly, his first attempt failed. After all, there are too many primordial spirits in his body. The amount of spiritual energy he needed to break through was also enormous. Fortunately, he did not lack spiritual energy. After the first failure, Yi Fei immediately tried to break through a second time. Bang! It was like a mountain range shattering. His qi and blood roared in Yi Fei's body. His dragon bones rubbed against each other, giving off a dragon roar. With the assistance of a large number of spirit veins, Yi Fei easily broke through the bottleneck of the martial path after 2 tries, becoming an ancient martial sage. However, using spirit veins to cultivate is still incomparable to using spirit stones. The former was to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit veins. The latter was to dig out the spirit veins, cut them into pieces, and directly absorb them. Be it the quality or quantity of spiritual energy, there was an intrinsic difference. Otherwise, Yi Fei would not need to try twice before breaking through. However, using spirit stones was like draining the pond to catch the fish. Previously, Yi Fei was able to empty the blood ancestors' spirit veins out of luck. If he dared to make a move on the Sunluo Hall's spirit veins, there was no need for a martial monarch to make a move. The rage of a boundary emperor would turn him to ashes. Chapter 1272. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Yi Fei pushed open the door and walked out. Sure enough, he found Yu Zhijiang waiting outside with a smile. 9th level martial saint, Yi Fei. It looks like you've improved a lot this month. You're too kind. It's all thanks to Elder Yu for bringing me to the blessed land of Dark Azura Hall. Having used the spirit vein of Dark Azura Hall to break through, Yi Fei's impression of Dark Azura Hall had changed quite a bit. Hearing this, Yu Zhijiang was even more satisfied. He asked directly, "Then, Yi Fei, have you thought it through this month? Are you willing to join my Dark Azura Hall? Elder you, I've already entered Dark Azura Hall. Can I still not be considered a part of it? Yi Fei was very depressed. What was to come had still come. Since he could not resist, he could only be forced to join. Fortunately, Dark Azura Hall's spiritual chi was abundant, and its cultivation resources should not be lacking. He would not lose out if he joined. Right, Elder Yu. What benefits do I get from becoming a disciple of Dark Azura Hall? Can I get a spirit vein on my own? I don't need much. 3 to 5 should be enough. Yi Fei asked very interestedly. Hearing this, Yu Zhijiang almost choked to death on his own saliva. Yu Zhijiang said speechlessly, don't even think about 3 to 5. Of course, if you can participate in the life and death challenge half a year later and become a holy son, you could be rewarded with a spirit vein. Just cultivate hard in this half a year. Right. Who knows which bastard recruited the heartless blood ancestor into Dark Azura Hall? You have to be careful not to bump into them. What? The blood ancestor has also joined Dark Azura Hall. Yi Fei was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly asked Yu Zhijiang for the reason. Knowing how strong Yi Fei's potential was, Yu Zhijiang was naturally very willing to build a good relationship with Yi Fei. Thus, he told Yi Fei about the major events that had happened in the Dragon Head world this month. Only then did Yi Fei know that the news of the blood ancestors capturing the blood slaves had actually aroused the public indignation of all the demons in the Dragon Head realm. Even many cunning and cruel demons had threatened to destroy the heartless blood ancestors. What the blood ancestors had done had crossed the bottom line of the demons. Many demons, whose relatives and friends had been turned into blood slaves, joined forces to seek revenge on the blood ancestors. Among them, there were many martial Emperor Realm demons and 3 blood ancestors who had nowhere else to go. They took the risk and rushed into the Bone Wasteland to seek refuge. Unfortunately, they also encountered the Soul Hooker Venerable. After that, the 3 blood ancestors paid an unknown price for the Dark Azura Hall to accept them and make them their new venerables. Furthermore, a disciple who disliked Yi Fei accidentally heard about the grudge between Yi Fei and the Blood Demon sect and immediately told the 3 blood ancestors that Yi Fei was also in the Dark Azura Hall. One could imagine how furious the 3 blood ancestors were when they heard this and wanted to fight Yi Fei to the death on the spot. In the end, the 2 Quasi-Emperor Palace Masters took into account your great potential, and I put in a good word for you. Only then did the 3 blood ancestors reluctantly swallow their anger. Therefore, it's best that you don't go anywhere during this period. Just hide in your room and cultivate in seclusion. Half a year later, you will participate in the Life and Death Challenge and obtain the title of Sacred Son. Even the 3 blood ancestors won't dare to cause trouble for you then. Yi Fei was somewhat puzzled. Are the Sacred Sons of the Dark Azura Hall very weak? How can I become a Sacred Son like this? In his impression, the Sacred Sons were the strongest experts of their respective sections. Although he had the belief that he was invincible, he also knew that he was not the strongest. It should be known that those peerless geniuses not only reached the true realm in the Martial Saint realm and became an ancient Martial Saint, they could also comprehend a complete domain. Just this point alone was enough to throw Yi Fei dozens of streets away. Hearing this, Yu Zhijiang was even more speechless. The Sacred Sons of the Dark Azura Hall are very strong. I just think highly of your strength. As long as you work hard, there will definitely be a place for you among the 10 Sacred Sons. At that time, you won't have to be afraid of the blood ancestors. Yi Fei was incomparably depressed. He finally understood where Yu Zhijiang had misunderstood. This person actually thought that he was afraid of the blood ancestors. What a joke. It should be known that when he was at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, he was already able to retreat under the attacks of the 3 blood ancestors. Now that he was at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, what was there to be afraid of? Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. These 3 blood ancestors, I didn't even settle the score with them, but they still dare to come and settle the score with me. Yi Fei gritted his teeth. Thinking of the completely broken frost bow, he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. This was his first Emperor artifact, but it was destroyed in the hands of the blood ancestors. What was more hateful was that the corpse puppet that he had painstakingly refined had also died because of him. Elder Yu, where do the 3 blood ancestors live? Haha, don't worry. The 3 blood ancestors seem to have suffered great losses and are all cultivating in the dark Azura River. As long as you don't provoke them, they shouldn't have the time to provoke you. Yu Zhijiang comforted. Hearing this, Yi Fei sneered, Dark Azura River. What kind of place is that? I'll go over now and destroy the 3 blood ancestors. This might even be a merit. Thinking of the benefits of obtaining the power of merit, Yi Fei's heart couldn't help but burn with passion. The 3 blood ancestors were simply living merit. When Yu Zhijiang heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he realize that Yi Fei wasn't actually afraid of the blood ancestors, but he wanted to settle the score with them. Yi Fei, you have to calm down. I'm very calm. After saying this, Yi Fei simply walked out alone. He casually asked a maidservant and found out the location of the dark Azura River. It was actually a river of spiritual energy that had existed since ancient times. It was said that cultivating in it was like eating spirit stones every day. The effects were remarkable. However, not everyone could enter the Sinluo River. It was divided into 3 regions. The lower region was where ordinary disciples could cultivate. The middle region was where only the top 100 disciples could cultivate. As for the upper region, one had to have the strength of a martial emperor to be able to cultivate. The source was where only quasi-emperors could cultivate. As martial emperors, the 3 blood ancestors naturally cultivated in the upper reaches. Very good. Then I'll go to the upper reaches and destroy these 3 demons to promote my righteousness. Yi Fei appeared to be full of confidence. However, when Yu Zhijiang heard this, he felt his intestines turn green. God knew that he had told Yi Fei this information so that Yi Fei could avoid conflict with the blood ancestor in advance. In the end, Yi Fei actually went to settle the score with the blood ancestor without saying a word. This lunatic, no wonder the Sacred Academy can't tolerate him. You're only a 9th level martial saint, but you actually went to deal with the blood ancestor, who is a martial emperor. Even if you want to die, you can't do it so quickly. After all, Yu Zhijiang was also Yi Fei's guide and also shouldered the heavy responsibility of making Yi Fei submit. At this time, he naturally couldn't watch Yi Fei be beaten to death by the blood ancestor. Chapter 1273. Asking for trouble, 2 quasi-emperors were drinking tea in Sinluo Hall. At the same time, they were discussing the matter of the blood ancestor and the news of the quasi-emperor noble clans forming an alliance to hunt down the life and death hall. However, they were somewhat impatient. In the end, quasi-emperor's time was very precious. As quasi-emperors, what they valued the most was not power or enjoyment, but the opportunity to break through to martial emperor. Otherwise, they could only slowly die of old age and turn to dust. This was something that no quasi-emperor was willing to accept. Hence, even though they knew that the chances of breaking through to martial emperor in the current Tianwu continent were 1 in 10,000, quasi-emperors would still bitterly search for this 1 in 10,000 chance. It was normal for them to enter closed-door cultivation for 10 years or even 100 years. Only the Sinluo Hall, which was strong, could send out 2 quasi-emperors to manage the situation. For example, the 4 sacred academies usually had 1 quasi-emperor guarding them. Furthermore, this quasi-emperor was only responsible for major matters. They would not bother with minor matters. The 2 quasi-emperors did not expect Yi Fei to be so troublesome. Is this brat a porcupine? He destroyed the blood demon sect and turned the 3 blood ancestors into stray dogs. After much difficulty, we finally managed to appease the 3 blood ancestors and get them to not make a move on Yi Fei. Yet, this little porcupine still dares to take the initiative to stroke the tiger's whiskers. He overestimates himself and is arrogant. No wonder the 4 sacred academies cannot tolerate him. If not for him having some potential, our Sinluo Hall would not tolerate him. After hearing Yu Zhijiang's report, the 2 quasi-emperors, who did not want to be meddlesome, were very displeased. In the end, Yu Zhijiang was the one who led Yi Fei. If Yi Fei was beaten up too miserably, Yu Zhejiang would lose face. Yu Zhejiang could only help put in a good word for him. Palace Masters, it is precisely because Yi Fei is young and has great potential. As for the three blood ancestors, not only are their reputations in tatters, but they are also old. Yu Zhejiang, don't speak up for that brat. Our time is limited. Coming out to appease the three is already a lot of consideration for that brat. In the end, this brat just came out of closed-door cultivation and went to provoke the blood ancestors. He's just asking for trouble. To think that he dares to call himself the Demon Holy. Back then, this old man was not even half as arrogant as him. One of the quasi-emperors could not help glaring. Yu Zhejiang understood that this old palace master was also an arrogant person who liked to fight. It was Yi Fei. Yi Fei. If it were any other evil demon who dared to use that name, that was Yi. It's time for this brat to suffer a little. Otherwise, he will think that he is invincible just because he has embarked on the path of despair. This time, let the blood ancestors teach Yi Fei a lesson. Just don't let the blood ancestors kill this brat. How about this? The black-robed elder who was drinking tea at the side took Yi Fei's potential into consideration and decided to step in. Yu Zhejiang, take our tokens. When Yi Fei can't hold on any longer, order the blood ancestors to attack. This way, he will be grateful to us. Yes, palace masters, I know what to do. Yu Zhejiang sincerely admired the methods of the two palace masters. Not only did they use the blood ancestors to teach Yi Fei a lesson, but they also intervened at the critical moment to obtain Yi Fei's gratitude. With this kind of beating and pulling, Yi Fei could not be grateful to Dark Azura Hall and the two palace masters. At the same time, while Yu Zhejiang was rushing to Dark Azura Hall, in a cave abode upstream of the Spirit River, there was also a disciple who told the Blood Massacre trio that Yi Fei had come out of seclusion and was rushing directly to the Spirit River. The Blood Massacre was shocked and said in surprise, "This brat really has guts. We were just worried that we wouldn't have a chance to kill him to vent our anger, but he actually dared to come over and throw his life away." Shui Yin's voice was filled with an undissolvable chill. He came at the right time. If it weren't for him, our blood demon sect would not have been destroyed, and we would not have become stray dogs today. Although joining the Sunluo Temple by accident could be considered a fortuitous encounter for the three blood ancestors, they still couldn't suppress the madness and hatred in their hearts when they thought about how they had been reduced from being high and mighty sect masters and ancestors to being mere venerables. Moreover, their reputations had been tarnished, and even evil devils were hated by everyone. This huge psychological gap made it impossible for them to suppress the madness and hatred in their hearts. Senior brothers, calm down. This is not the blood demon sect. That brat has a quasi-emperor watching over him. If we kill him, we will offend the quasi-emperor. Can we bear the wrath of a quasi-emperor? Xuelwan was still able to keep his composure. The main reason was that the blood demon sect had already been destroyed, so it was useless for him to be angry. Among the three of them, Xuelwan had always been the one to come up with ideas. Hearing Xuelwan's words, the Blood Massacre and Shui Yin suppressed their anger this time and asked coldly, "Third brother, then tell me, what is this brat's motive for coming here? What else could it be? We are martial emperors after all. Although the quasi-emperor did not allow us to take revenge on Yi Fei, he would definitely appease us. In my opinion, there is a high possibility that the palace master wants us to reconcile with Yi Fei. This time, Yi Fei probably came here under the orders of the palace master to apologize to us," Xuelwan said confidently. The Blood Massacre and Shui Yin nodded repeatedly. It was no wonder that they would misunderstand. After all, the Sunluo Hall was very powerful. Even the three blood ancestors could only tremble in fear in front of a quasi-emperor and did not dare to mention the matter of revenge. Similarly, in order to appease them, the quasi-emperor ordered Yi Fei to come here and apologize to them. How could Yi Fei not come? Shui Yin immediately laughed sinisterly. So this brat is here to apologize. Very well, for the sake of the Quasi-Emperor. Even if we can't kill him, we must humiliate him severely. Men, go and tell Yi Fei that he can apologize, but he must kneel down step by step from the lower reaches of the Spirit River to me. Kneeling down is not enough. If it wasn't for that tortoise, we would have already killed Yi Fei in the Blood Demon sect. Tell Yi Fei that we can forgive him, but he must hand over that tortoise. I want to crush that tortoise with my own hands. The Blood Massacre's face was ferocious. He had already sworn that if he saw that tortoise in the future, he would kill it mercilessly. Xuelwan smiled, even more sinisterly. While you're at it, inform the entire Dark Azura Hall about Yi Feilai's apology. We want everyone to see with their own eyes how he kneels before us and begs us. Hiss! Shui-Yin and Shui-Sha both sucked in a cold breath. Xuelwan's plan was truly too sinister. If Yi Fei really did kneel down and apologize, they would lose all face and become the laughingstock of all the disciples of the Sun Luo Hall in the future. Then, the three blood ancestors laughed complacently and sinisterly at the same time. It was as if they could already see Yi Fei crying bitterly and kneeling in front of them step by step to beg for their forgiveness. The three blood ancestors also swore that when the time came, they would take turns to stomp Yi Fei's head on the ground and rub it viciously against him as revenge for the destruction of their sect. Strange, I've already made it clear that I'm going to cause trouble for the three blood ancestors. Why are these three old demons still so calm and not coming out to deal with me? Yi Fei walked over to the boundless Spirit River, but he still didn't see any signs of the blood ancestor rushing out. This made him even more confused. Chapter 1274. Battling the blood ancestor again, the blood hangman was the first to speak. His booming voice was filled with majesty and coldness. Yi Fei, stop right there. From now on, kneel down immediately and offer up the tortoise on your body. I will personally slaughter it and stew it into soup. The blood ancestor's words were filled with shame and anger. Roar! On the little bed made of immortal crystals in the beast mark space, the dragon turtle, who had unfortunately been used as a pillow by Xiao Qiao, was trying its best to stretch its neck out. It wanted to bite off a corner of something in an inconspicuous place. As a result, when it heard the blood hangman's insults, the dragon turtle was so frightened that its neck shrank back into its shell like a spring. It had even made up its mind that it would not show its face until it was all skin and bones. Yi Fei was also shocked by the blood hangman's clamor. This blood hangman must have taken the wrong medicine. I was the one who destroyed the blood demon sect, and I was also the one who released the blood slave. Why do I feel that the blood hangman's hatred for the dragon turtle is greater than mine? Of course, if Yi Fei also chased after a certain tortoise for 10 days and 10 nights, but could only smell the tail flame of the tortoise that seemed to be farting, he would be able to understand blood hangman's feelings. Seeing that Yi Fei did not speak, a young disciple had already rushed down from the Spirit River. That disciple was still wearing the uniform of the blood demon sect. He also rushed directly in front of Yi Fei with incomparable arrogance, pointed his finger at Yi Fei's nose, and scolded. Yi Fei, didn't you hear my master's orders? Now kneel down immediately and hand over that tortoise. This is your only chance to reconcile with us. Kneel down and reconcile? Yi Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why these three blood ancestors did not attack him. After all this time, you were afraid of the Quasi-Emperor and did not dare to take revenge on me. So you thought that I was also afraid of the Quasi-Emperor and came to apologize to you. By the way, are you also a disciple of the Blood Hangman? That's right, I'm Puff. Yi Fei did not wait for him to finish. The bright sword light had already cut through the man's throat. The headless corpse fell to the ground, but the hideous head went against the river and rolled in front of Blood Hangman. Blood ancestors, this is my apology. Are you satisfied? Yi Fei walked towards the three blood ancestors with his sword in hand. This scene immediately alarmed all the disciples who were cultivating in the Spirit River. What's going on? Didn't they say that Yi Fei came to apologize to the blood ancestor? He actually killed the last disciple of the blood ancestor right in front of him? This Yi Fei is so impudent. He actually dared to offend his superiors in the Sunluo Temple. He attacked a venerated martial emperor and even killed a venerated martial emperor's disciple. Boom! Countless people were shocked. Yi Fei, you're digging your own grave. The three blood ancestors were instantly enraged. Boundless ferociousness shook the spirit river and caused it to churn. This was especially so for Xuelwan. He prided himself on being resourceful, but he had once again misjudged Yi Fei's actions. This was like a slap to his face, causing him to feel a stinging pain. This bastard ignored the orders of the two temple masters and dared to kill our disciple. Since he provoked us first, even if we kill him, the two temple masters will have nothing to say. Xuelwan's face was red with anger. Blood Hangman and Blood Hangman could tell at a glance that Xuelwan was using this as an excuse to cover up his miscalculation. They did not point it out. Instead, they saw an excuse to kill Yi Fei. Moreover, this excuse was reasonable. Even the two temple masters could not stop them. The three blood ancestors looked at each other and shouted at the same time. There were no tears in their eyes, only endless killing intent. Yi Fei die. Bam! Blood Hangman was so agitated that he accidentally stepped on his disciple's head, causing it to explode. However, Blood Hangman did not even look back. In his eyes, there was only Yi Fei and Yi Fei's head. Boundless Blood Sea. Xueyin also attacked at the same time. He once again turned into a huge ball of blood. There seemed to be endless blood in his body, dyeing the entire spirit river into a huge river of blood. Countless blood pythons rushed out from the blood river. Under Xuelwan's control, they formed a strange blood python array and rushed towards Yi Fei like a flood. The entire spirit river was in chaos. Disciples who had escaped from the cave abodes were cursing Yi Fei for overestimating himself. A mere martial sage dared to challenge a martial lord. At the same time, they were secretly shocked by the ruthlessness of the three blood ancestors. They did not care about the dignity of a martial lord and joined forces to deal with a mere rank 9 martial sage. Blood Hangman and the other two have gone too far. A black-robed elder said in the void. Yi Fei has gone too far. He killed a disciple and should pay with his life. Does he think that he can casually challenge 3 martial lords just because he has some ability? Another black-robed elder shook his head coldly. The two of them had no intention of attacking. Firstly, they wanted to use the blood ancestor to suppress Yi Fei's arrogance. Yi Fei's title of Demon Saint had displeased the two hall masters. Secondly, this time, Yi Fei was the one who started the trouble. If they stopped the blood ancestor from avenging his disciple, there was no suitable reason. Therefore, the two hall masters could only watch the battle on the spirit river coldly from the void. Yi Fei did not know that his actions had left a bad impression on the two hall masters. He only thought of the ice bow that had been completely destroyed. That was an imperial weapon. It was my first imperial weapon. I didn't even have the chance to use it before it was destroyed by you. You 3 old demons, tell me, do you deserve to die? Not to mention that they had killed Gao Chong. Although Gao Chong was only a corpse puppet, he had died for Yi Fei. Blood ancestor, take this. Boom! The sword force was like a mountain, suppressing the spirit river. The rolling spirit river suddenly stopped. The boundless blood sea was also torn apart by the sword chi and disappeared. Then, Yi Fei went against the flow and attacked again. Many people could only see a huge beam of sword light like a torrential flood, slashing towards the endless blood pythons in front of him. Blood Python 100 kill. Xuelwan roared. His eyes were crimson red. Along with the Emperor of the Blood Pythons, the boundless blood pythons also formed a tumbling blood-colored torrent and collided with Yi Fei's sword river. Seeing this, many disciples who were watching the battle secretly shook their heads with disdain. Yi Fei is finished. He only has 1 sword river, but the blood ancestors' blood pythons are endless. Look, his sword river is about to collapse. This is the result of overestimating himself. Demon Saint? Puffed. If it weren't for the spirit river, some disciples would have spat at Yi Fei in disdain. But soon, they could only swallow their saliva back into their stomachs. One sword river was destroyed, but another 7 sword rivers turned into a purple gold river of sword chi. They surged forward, killing Xue Meng and shattering the blood formation. Shuel Wan, who was standing in the middle of the blood formation, let out a blood-curdling scream. He coughed up blood and retreated. He was seriously injured. Yi Fei did not chase after him. Instead, he retracted the sword river that filled the sky and fiercely shot it towards the sky. He displayed a huge taiji sword diagram and slashed toward Xue Sha and Xue Yin, who were rushing over. Shuezu, a month ago, you slashed me twice. Today, I will return the favor. Taiji Ini sword. Rumble. In the sky, the huge taiji sword diagram suddenly split into 2 strange sword lights, one black and one white. The sword lights carried an extremely powerful domain aura. That was the taiji domain. Chapter 1275. Both sides suffer feeling Yi Fei's combat strength that was comparable to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. The 3 blood ancestors' eyes were bloodshot. One should know that Yi Fei was still no match for them a month ago. However, a month later, not only did Yi Fei break through to the 9th level of the martial saint realm, he even possessed such terrifying combat strength. After the shock, the 3 blood ancestors' eyes were filled with unconcealable killing intent and madness. Xue Sha roared angrily, "Kill him! We must kill him as soon as possible." Xue Yin's face was as gloomy as an evil spirit. He sent a voice transmission to the 3 blood ancestors. A month ago, he was already comparable to a mid-stage martial emperor. A month later, he actually possesses the strength of a late-stage martial emperor. If we wait another month, do you think we can stop him? Shuel Wan agreed and nodded with hatred. Suddenly, he said in a sorrowful voice, "My disciple, even if I have to risk my life today, I will kill Yi Fei and avenge you." "Yes, avenge him, avenge him." Xue Sha and Xue Yin understood that Shuel Wan's words did not give the 2 quasi-emperors an excuse to intervene. It was not a big deal to lose a few disciples. However, if they let Yi Fei go today, it would be a real disaster. Bang! After the roar, Xue Yin and Shuel Wan's body, which they had just recovered, suddenly exploded. All the blood turned into 2 ferocious blood pythons and drilled into Xue Sha's mouth. Roar! Xue Sha immediately let out a violent and painful roar. 2 heads suddenly grew out of his shoulders. Those were Xue Yin's and Shuel Wan's heads. 6 arms suddenly tore out of his body. His body was like a demon god. It was tall and ferocious, emitting a gloomy coldness like a poisonous snake. Blood Devil Domain. Blood Devil Blade. Rumble. The gigantic demonic god began to move. 6 terrifying demonic swords appeared on his 6 arms. Each of the swords was filled with terrifying killing intent. Then, the demonic god raised these demonic swords and crazily slashed at the oncoming Tai Chi sword diagram, creating earth-shattering sounds. Unfortunately, Taiji was known for its defense. Yi Fei's Taiji sword diagram naturally had an extremely strong defense. He allowed the demon god's great demonic saber to slash at the Taiji as Yi Fei suddenly took a quick step forward. "Blood Ancestor, take this." 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei looked solemn. He knew that once the 3 blood ancestors merged, their strength would increase to the late stage of the martial emperor realm, and a powerful blood demon field would be born. The combat strength of the 2 sides was already equal. If he wanted to kill the blood ancestors and avoid future troubles, he absolutely could not hold back. Roar, roar, roar. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon resounded throughout the world. Under the rippling light of the spirit river, the 8 heavenly dragons condensed into 8 substantial golden bodies, suppressing the spirit river and all the demonic nature in the world. Kill! Yi Fei let out a dragon roar. Following his thought, the 8 heavenly dragons behind him held the sun in their mouths and soared into the sky. Huge dragon claws swiped at the demon god in front of them from all directions. 8 directional demon suppression. Damn it. Watch us kill your heavenly dragons. 12 demon god slash. The 3 blood ancestors roared furiously. After the 6 arms on their bodies, another 6 arms burst out. Similarly, the 6 arms held 6 horrifying great demonic sabers. At this point, the 12 great demonic sabers danced on the spirit river at the same time. The entire spirit river shook violently. The cave dwellings of countless disciples in the lower reaches were destroyed. Even the quasi-emperor experts, cultivating in seclusion at the source of the spirit river, were startled. They could not help sending out their spiritual sense. What's going on? Could it be that someone is attacking my son Luo Hall? It's not an enemy. It's a disciple challenging a martial emperor venerate. What kind of monster is that fellow? He actually has 2 domains. Hey, he doesn't even have a special bloodline, but his combat strength is comparable to a late-stage martial emperor. What's wrong with that? As long as one has a fortuitous encounter, any cultivator can challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Special bloodlines are just easier to challenge. Strange. This fellow seems to have a heaven-abandoned body. Where did he get the golden body of the Buddha? The power he is using seems to be the power of despair. At the source of the spirit river, the quasi-emperor's spiritual sense intertwined. They were all attracted by the battle. Countless disciples around the spirit river turned pale. When Yi Fei challenged the 3 blood ancestors, they were still mocking Yi Fei for overestimating himself. Now, they could only feel their hearts trembling. When they heard the 8-division Heavenly Dragon's dragon roar, which contained Buddhist might, many people who practiced demonic arts felt their hearts tremble. When the 3 blood ancestors heard it, they were incomparably furious. They furiously raised the 12 great demonic sabers and instantly shattered the Taiji sword diagram. Then they quickly slashed at the heavenly dragons in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless saber light shattered the sky. Berserk demonic chi fell into the spirit river, causing it to shake violently. It looked like it would break at any moment. Not good. Quickly stop the blood ancestor. The 2 quasi-emperors shouted. One of them quickly opened his hand and directly sealed the entire spirit river from a void, preventing it from being affected by the battle between the blood ancestors. The other quasi-emperor quickly stepped forward, intending to use force to forcefully stop the battle between the 2 sides. At this moment, Yi Fei was controlling the 8-division Heavenly Dragon to surround the blood ancestor and fight fiercely. Out of the 8 heavenly dragons, 6 of them had their dragon tails and dragon claws chopped off. However, at the same time, the great sun Buddhist light spewed out by the heavenly dragons also pierced 8 deep bloody holes in the demonic god's body. Bloodshot and the other 2 all screamed in pain. However, after sensing the quasi-emperor's attack, the 3's expressions suddenly became incomparably ferocious. They suddenly withdrew the blood demon domain. The 12 demonic sabers also merged into a huge heavenly demonic saber. They pointed the blade at Yi Fei and roared coldly. Yi Fei, do you dare to take a blow from your ancestor? You 3 old dogs. Not to mention 1 blow. Even if it's 10 or 100 blows, I will still take it. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He knew that this was his last chance to kill the blood ancestor. Otherwise, if the quasi-emperors intervened, he would not be able to do anything. Kill. Taiji Yinyang's sword. Yi Fei once again executed the Taiji domain. He held the devouring spirit's sword and slashed forward with all his might, tearing the void apart. This is the last blow. The ancestors will send you to the afterlife. The 3 blood ancestors' demonic auras were as deep as an abyss. They slashed out with their pitch-black demonic sabers, forming a terrifying void vortex. It looked like a black lotus with petals opening. Every time a petal opened, the power of this black lotus would increase significantly. Boom! In the end, Yi Fei's Taiji sword and the blood ancestor's demonic saber collided fiercely with the black lotus vortex formed by the demonic saber like a purple gold star. Instantly, The world was filled with saber light and sword shadows. The void trembled, and Yi Fei and the blood ancestors' bodies shook violently. This stalemate lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the sword-light pillars that covered Yi Fei's body were shattered by the demonic saber. He fell toward the spirit river like a kite with a broken string. However, before he fell, the Taiji Inyang sword also slashed at the demonic god's body, directly stripping away the blood ancestors' defense. A long sword mark directly severed the demonic god's 6 arms side by side. Chapter 1276. The name of the demon saint collapse. The demonic bodies of the 3 blood ancestors are collapsing. Are the 3 blood ancestors dead? Boom! Countless disciples, elders, and many martial emperors and venerables of the Sanluo temple gaped in shock as they looked at the collapsing bodies of the demon gods above the spirit river. Although it was not impossible for a martial saint to defeat a martial monarch, for example, the holy children of the Sanluo temple were all capable of challenging martial monarchs. That was only a challenge. Heavily injuring or even killing a martial monarch was not very possible. For a moment, everyone could not help but look at the bloody figure above the spirit river. Yes, it was a bloody figure. The blood demon realm, released by the blood ancestors, was too strong. After all, the blood ancestors were 3 people in one body. They could use the advantage of numbers to display strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary late-stage martial emperor. However, Yi Fei was alone. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not gain the upper hand in the clash of realms. In the final clash between the sword and the saber, he was directly killed by the saber energy of the great demonic saber. If not for the fact that his battle demon way had reached the 7th level and his physical body was as strong as a quasi-emperor weapon, both sides would have died together. Fortunately, I did not lose out. The Taiji dual polarity sword took away the demonic body's defense. The 3 blood ancestors will only be more seriously injured than me. If not for the quasi-emperors present, Yi Fei would have immediately activated his immortal power to heal his injuries. He was afraid that his immortal emperor scripture would be exposed. He swayed and tried to stand up from the spirit river seal. Then, he rushed into the sky, covered in blood. He shouted in the direction of the collapsing demon gods. 3 old dogs, come out. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you faked your deaths. Yi Fei's eyes were cold. In the northern region, he had fought with the blood demon sect. He knew that the blood demon cultivation method was unique. It did not focus on the physical body, but on the blood. Usually, destroying the physical body of the blood ancestors would not kill them. Only by destroying their blood could the 3 old dogs be completely killed. You destroyed my demonic body. Yi Fei will fight it out with you. 3 blobs of blood suddenly rushed out from the shattered demonic body. The 3 blood ancestors were indeed still alive. They took advantage of the fact that Yi Fei was seriously injured to quickly gather the scattered blood in their bodies. Very soon, the 3 bloody figures were already writhing and roaring. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Yi Fei was seriously injured to kill him. Clearly, in this battle where both sides had suffered heavy injuries, the 3 blood ancestors relied on their unique blood demon cultivation methods to make their injuries lighter than Yi Fei's. Not to mention, they also had the advantage of numbers. If they continued fighting, they definitely had a chance of killing Yi Fei. Of course, that was only a possibility. You want to bully me with numbers? Fine, I'll do as you wish. Dahei, it's time for us to take revenge. Yi Fei was severely injured and did not dare to expose his undying strength before a quasi-emperor. Hence, at the crucial moment, he tossed out the dragon tortoise. Roar! Sensing the auras of the 3 blood ancestors, the dragon tortoise was so frightened that it shrunk its tail and whimpered. It turned around and tried to escape back into the beastmark space. Yi Fei was so angry that he wanted to kick the tortoise to death. What are you afraid of? They are seriously injured and are on their last breaths. Roar? The dragon tortoise turned its head and saw that the 3 blood ancestors were indeed very weak. They were so pitiful that they did not even have bodies. There were only 3 balls of twisted and eerie blood left. The dragon tortoise's expression changed and became violent. Then, it immediately became majestic and domineering. Rolling dragon flames erupted like a volcano with a trace of demonic aura. It spurted out on the spot, causing the blood hangman's blood to scream in agony. A large amount of blood was spurted out by the dragon turtle, and its aura became even weaker. Shameless, too shameless. I'll fight this turtle to the death. Blood Massacre, calm down. Both of us are seriously injured. We are definitely not a match for this dragon tortoise, Shuel Wan said sullenly. Inhumane. Both sides fought with their own abilities. He can't beat us, so he used the tortoise. Shueyin was so angry that his blood was trembling. The 3 blood ancestors knew that they had been defeated. They had been utterly defeated and had lost all their dignity. Yifei laughed happily. He felt that sometimes the dragon tortoise was very useful. For example, it could beat up a drowning dog. Without needing his reminder, the dragon tortoise had changed from bullying the weak and fearing the strong to flaunting its strength. It spat out dragon flames as if they were free. The terrifyingly high temperature made the 3 blood ancestors feel the threat of death. They had completely lost the courage to fight. Although they knew that they would be mocked, they had no choice but to ask for help. Save us, Palace Masters, save us. In the void, the 2 Palace Masters looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had originally planned to use the blood ancestors to beat Yifei, but they did not expect that the blood ancestors would be defeated in the end. They knew that if they continued to watch, the dragon tortoise would kill the 3 blood ancestors. In the end, they still took action. All of you stop. Today's matter ends here. Silently, 2 powerful figures appeared in the sky above the Spirit River. Their quasi-emperor auras pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Greetings, Palace Masters. Disciples and martial monarchs greeted respectfully. Seeing that the quasi-emperors had appeared, the dragon tortoise turned around without hesitation. It turned around and turned back to the size of a palm. With a whoosh, it burrowed into Yifei's sleeve and sneaked back into the beastmark space. Yifei felt very depressed about this, but he also understood what the quasi-emperors meant. He could defeat the 3 blood ancestors, but the quasi-emperors would not allow him to kill them. Palace Master, please help us. The 3 blood ancestors had escaped death. They immediately knelt down in tears and pointed at Yifei with hatred. This evil creature offended his superiors and destroyed my demonic body. He should be killed immediately. Are you done? If you are, scram and go into seclusion immediately, a quasi-emperor said coldly. One of the quasi-emperors said coldly with an extremely dissatisfied expression. This made the 3 blood ancestors nervous. Before they could finish speaking, a strong wind already swept them up and tossed them into their palaces. Yifei, don't blame us for interfering. After all, they are martial monarchs and venerates. Furthermore, we promised the blood ancestors that if they enter the Sinluo temple, we will guarantee their safety for 1 year. Do you understand? The other quasi-emperor gave Yifei a meaningful look. Of course, Yifei understood the quasi-emperor's meaning. The 2 palace masters were telling him that he could not make a move on the blood ancestors for 1 year. Of course, after 1 year, the quasi-emperor's promise would be void. If Yifei made a move again, they would not stop him. Understand, in the end, Yifei's current strength was not even comparable to a quasi-emperor's finger. Although he felt depressed, he could only accept this fact. Fortunately, he had already severely injured the 3 blood ancestors and managed to vent the frustration in his heart. Chapter 1277. Fear, Devil Saint. Even the Palace Lord has personally acknowledged Yifei as the Devil Saint. Boom! Every action of a quasi-emperor would attract the attention of countless people. When Yifei called himself the Devil Saint, no one took it seriously. They only thought that Yifei was arrogant and ignorant. That was why he dared to call himself the Devil Saint. This taboo title, what was the Devil Saint? The Saint of all devils. All the devils below the martial monarch realm would consider Yi Fei as their saint. This title was too arrogant. As Yi Fei's reputation spread, the streets were filled with young devils who disliked Yi Fei. The disciples of the Dark Azura Hall, who were waiting to challenge Yi Fei, had even lined up outside the Dark Azura Hall a month ago. This was also why Yi Fei had received many provocative gazes when he entered the Dark Azura Hall. However, things were different now. His title of Devil Saint had been bestowed upon him by the Quasi-Emperor. Even the Quasi-Emperor himself had admitted that Yi Fei truly deserved the title of Devil Saint. Many disciples had also witnessed Yi Fei beating the devilish bodies of the three blood ancestors to the brink of death with his cultivation of the 9th-level martial saint realm. The Quasi-Emperor's acknowledgement and Yi Fei's terrifying strength had turned the title of Devil Saint from an empty title to a real battle record. Devil Saint, Devil Saint. Many disciples couldn't help but cheer, celebrating the birth of another powerful genius in the Dark Azura Hall. As the disciples cheered, even more powerful existences began to silently observe Yi Fei from the upper reaches of the Spirit River. Among them were the 10 great saints of the Dark Azura Hall. Similar to the 4 sacred institutes, although there were 10 saints in the Sunluo Hall, they were not the same. Every few years, a new saint would be selected. Those disciples who were confident in their strength would challenge the saints. Once they were successful, they would become the new saints. In this way, it was guaranteed that the saints would be the strongest among those below the martial dominator realm. At this time, although there was still half a year before the new selection of the chosen saint, many disciples were holding back their energy and trying to challenge the new chosen saint. Among them, Yi Fei had undoubtedly become the biggest dark horse in the competition for the chosen saint and received a lot of attention from the 10 chosen saints. They even gathered together to discuss. How is it? If this Yi Fei were to challenge us, who would have the confidence to deal with him? I can't. Although I have the ability to fight those 7 levels above me, I'm not a match for the 3 blood ancestors. Besides, this brat is too fierce. He killed Jin Pa Bai, Chun Changkong, and Feng Ba Dao, and now he defeated the blood ancestor. He's too sharp. It seems that one of the 10 holy sons will have to step down, said another holy son. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Hearing this, the expressions of a few of the weaker saints changed drastically. It wasn't easy to become a saint, and they didn't want to fall. In this half a year, we must go into seclusion and strive to increase our strength. The holy sons looked at each other, turned around, and ran back to their respective cave abodes to begin their seclusion. What's the use of working hard now? Unless you have the guts to break through the martial royal tribulation now. A few of the stronger holy sons sneered. Anyway, if Yi Fei were to challenge them, he would pick the weakest holy son. It wouldn't be their turn to challenge him, so they weren't worried at all. Of course, there were also holy sons who didn't care about Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei was a person who had been abandoned by the heavens, and there had never been a precedent for a person who had been abandoned by the heavens to pass the martial royal tribulation. So what if this Yi Fei is a martial sage? Once the martial royal tribulation comes, won't he turn into dust? That's right. If you don't become a martial royal, you'll be an ant. What bullshit demon saint? He's just a short-lived glory. When we become martial royals, any one of us will be able to crush him. With the title of demon saint, Yi Fei finally understood what it meant to be awe-inspiring. No matter where he went, there would be disciples who would greet him respectfully. There were even martial emperors who would greet him respectfully. Even martial emperors would greet him with a smile when they saw him. Yu Zhijiang was very emotional. Strength is a good thing. Yi Fei, you've already attracted the attention of the quasi-emperors. If you can become a holy son in half a year's time, there might be a quasi-emperor who would take you in as a disciple. However, your title of demon saint is a little exaggerated. It's best to change it. Yu Zhijiang recalled the displeasure of a certain hall master when he heard Yi Fei's title of demon saint. He decided to remind Yi Fei, "You're still young. Be more humble, and the quasi-emperors will be more satisfied with you." "Elder Yu, I'm very humble." Yi Fei felt wronged. I've always been a low-key person. However, there are always people who don't know what's good for me. I can't keep a low profile even if I want to. This, Yu Jiang was suddenly speechless. He looked at Yi Fei's figure as he entered the room and stared at him for a while. He couldn't tell how Yi Fei could be considered low-key. Strength is indeed a good thing. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have fought with the Blood Ancestor today. Instead, I would have killed them directly. After returning to the room, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. Although the devilish nature had been resolved, the black lotus in his body was still a sore point. Especially when he saw the black lotus released by the Blood Ancestor today. He vaguely felt that if he wanted to resolve the black lotus in his body, he would have to kill the 3 Blood Ancestors. Since we're already mortal enemies, even if I don't kill the Blood Ancestor will kill me. I'll wait for half a year and become a holy son first. Then, I'll expand my power and status in the Dark Azura Hall. This way, when I kill the Blood Ancestor, the quasi-emperors of the Dark Azura Hall shouldn't stop me. After making up his mind, Yi Fei went into seclusion again. His plan was very simple. He wanted to use this half a year's time to raise his cultivation to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm. However, reality was cruel. Although the Dark Azura Hall had a lot of spiritual chi, it was still inferior to the Spirit River. Yi Fei soon realized that he had reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck couldn't be broken through just by relying on spiritual chi. On the other side, the 3 Blood Ancestors had recovered their physical bodies with the help of the quasi-emperors. They were very grateful. Thank you for saving our lives, Hall Master. 3 Blood Ancestors, you don't have to be so courteous. However, we can only help you this time. Half a year later, if Yi Fei attacks you again, we won't be able to stop him. Therefore, you should take the initiative to apologize to Yi Fei. This way, we can mediate and resolve the grudge between you two. In the end, the 3 Blood Ancestors were martial emperors. The power of their combination had attracted the attention of some of the quasi-emperors in the Dark Azura Hall. This allowed the 3 Blood Ancestors to keep their lives. Regarding this, the 3 Blood Ancestors were not only thankful, but also extremely resentful toward Yi Fei. After the quasi-emperors left, a ferocious glint flashed across the eyes of the Blood Ancestors. Damn it, Yi Fei destroyed our Blood Demon sect and defeated us in front of everyone. Now, the Hall Master is apologizing to us? The Blood Ancestors, would rather die than be humiliated. The Blood Ancestors laughed sinisterly. It's impossible to apologize. The Black Lotus in his body is the best chance for us to become a demon god. If we kill him and dig out the Black Lotus in his body, not only will we be able to get rid of the plague, we will also be able to perfect our demon blood and become a new demon god. Blood Ancestors, Blood Chaos, it's a good idea. However, have you thought about how Yi Fei managed to break through the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm in just a month and fought with us until we both suffered injuries? If we give him another half a year, how terrifying would his strength be? Chapter 1278. Joining hands, Shuel Wan. What do you think we should do? Shui Sha's face darkened. Shui Yin didn't say anything, but a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. Shuel Wan nodded and laughed coldly. The hatred between us and Yi Fei runs too deep. If he doesn't die, we will. Therefore, we can't let him continue to grow and become the sacred son. Otherwise, the quasi-emperors won't help us anymore, and Yi Fei will definitely use his power as the sacred son to find an excuse to kill us. It had to be said that Shuel Wan was indeed very strategic. After knowing that the 2 quasi-emperors had promised to protect the Blood Ancestors for a year, Yi Fei had already planned to use half a year to become the sacred son. Then, he would use the special status of the sacred son to deal with the 3 Blood Ancestors. Shuel Wan analyzed coldly. We only have half a year left. If we don't want to be killed by that brat, we have to kill him at all costs. Even if we can't kill him, we have to stop him from growing. Now, let's see if my 2 brothers have the courage to do so. Shui Sha and Shui Yin looked at each other. Then, they recalled the powerful strength that Yi Fei had displayed during the battle at the Spirit River. Fear flashed across their eyes before they became cold again. All right, Shuelwan. As long as we can kill Yi Fei, we are willing to give up everything. Since you are all willing, then let's begin. Since we can't kill Yi Fei directly, we can kill him with schemes and tricks. It's the same. Shuelwan's face darkened. Shueisha and Shueyin's hatred was etched into their bones. If it wasn't for Yi Fei, we would still be the high and mighty blood ancestors of the Blood Demon sect. If it wasn't for Yi Fei, how could the world discover our secret of capturing cultivators and creating living spirit stones? It was Yi Fei who destroyed everything we had and turned us into stray dogs. If he doesn't let us live well, we won't let him live well either. And that tortoise, we must kill him mercilessly. The furious roars of the three blood ancestors echoed throughout the palace. Shuelwan, who was the least injured, quickly left the Dark Azura Hall. Originally, new members of the Dark Azura Hall needed to go through a period of observation. Only after they were absolutely loyal to the Dark Azura Hall could they leave. However, the three blood ancestors were different. Their reputations in the Dragon Head realm were so bad that even the demons wanted to beat them up. In order to survive, they had pledged absolute loyalty to the Dark Azura Hall and made a heavenly blood oath. This was how they obtained the Dark Azura Hall's protection. They could no longer betray the Dark Azura Hall, so naturally, they could enter and leave the Dark Azura Hall as they pleased. Shueyin, what do you mean? The blood demon fusion is your greatest secret. It's also an ultimate technique that can be cultivated into a demon god. Are you sure you want to give it to us? In the Dark Azura Hall, the two quasi-emperors were very surprised when they heard Shui Yin's words. They were willing to take in the three blood ancestors despite their terrible reputations. Firstly, they had the blood oath of the three blood ancestors and did not need to worry about them betraying them. Secondly, the two quasi-emperors had long heard that the blood demon sect had a demon god technique hidden in it. This was also the reason why the blood demon sect could exist for tens of thousands of years without being destroyed. When Shueyin handed over the blood demon's secret manual, his heart was bleeding, but his eyes were filled with hot tears. If it weren't for the two hall masters, we would have been beaten to death by that little demon Yi Fei. We have nothing to repay you with, so we can only offer the blood demon's secret manual to the Dark Azura Hall. The two quasi-emperors looked at each other. They would be fools if they didn't want to benefit from the demon god technique that was given to them. Speak. What do you want us to promise? In the end, Shueyin was still a hall master. The two quasi-emperors understood that since Shueyin was willing to spend so much, he definitely had a great request. Shueyin lowered his head, and a venomous look flashed in his eyes. He said respectfully, "This subordinate has no other request. I only ask that the two hall masters do not interfere in the grudge between us and Yi Fei." The two hall masters looked at each other, feeling somewhat hesitant. However, they also knew that the grudge between Yi Fei and the blood ancestors was too great. It would be very difficult to resolve the grudge between the two blood ancestors after the sect was destroyed. The crux was that at the Spirit River, Yi Fei beat up the three blood ancestors in front of countless people. Not only could the grudge not be resolved, it even deepened. Very well. On account of the three of you being absolutely loyal to my Dark Azura Hall, we quasi-emperors will choose not to help either side in the grudge between you and Yi Fei. One of the quasi-emperors promised. Then, he gestured to send the guests off. Naturally, Shueyin thanked the quasi-emperors profusely. He consciously put down the blood demon secret manual and left happily. The other quasi-emperor was somewhat puzzled. He said in a low voice, "Senior brother Qingming, isn't this inappropriate? Helping a venerable bully a disciple? That Yi Fei is a porcupine." It's precisely because he has too many thorns that we have to grind him down. Let the blood ancestor fight with him first. If the blood ancestor wins, it proves that Yi Fei's potential is not strong enough and is not worthy of our nurturing. If Yi Fei wins, it proves that he is indeed a special genius. It will be less risky for us to nurture him. Qingming snorted coldly. They were actually betting on both sides. It was a sure win and no loss. Then, The two quasi-emperors discussed for a while and simply announced that they would go into seclusion for half a year to study the demon god's cultivation method that had supported the blood demon sect for tens of thousands of years. On the other side, the blood hangman was also smiling as he walked out of a luxurious palace. He returned to the palace at his fastest speed and met up with Shuayin. "How is it, Venerable Tianmu? Did he agree to our request?" Shuayin asked hurriedly. He agreed. After all, he was the one who introduced us to the palace. He will help us with this small favor, but the blood hangman's face was somewhat gloomy. But what? Venerable Tianmu wants 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. He said that Yi Fei's life is worth this price. The blood hangman's face was ashen. Shuayin suddenly burst into tears. He pointed to the sky and cursed. "Yi Fei, you will die a horrible death. In order to kill you, not only did we hand over the demon god's cultivation method, but we also owe a lot of debt. If we still can't kill that little demon, I will change my surname to Yi." The blood hangman was also filled with resentment. Then, the two continued to split up. Seeking the neutrality of the quasi-emperors and colluding with Venerable Tianmu was only the first step of Shuailwan's plan. When this plan succeeded, the blood hangman and Shuaiyin's faces were gloomy as they visited the abodes of the 10 holy sons. Seeing that the venerables had personally appeared, the holy sons who were in seclusion had no choice but to come out and attend the so-called gathering of the two blood ancestors. "Blood ancestors, tell us, why did you call us out? Let's make it clear that we will not interfere in the feud between you and Yi Fei." One of the holy sons had vaguely heard the news of the blood ancestors' activities and had already informed them in advance. Of course, there were also some holy sons who were disdainful of Yi Fei. They sneered and said sarcastically, "Blood ancestors, you have already passed the martial royal tribulation. Don't you know that the martial sage realm is just an illusion? If you can't pass the martial royal tribulation, then no matter how much potential Yi Fei has, he is at most a powerful piece of trash." Chapter 1279. Being Targeted. The two blood ancestors smiled bitterly. They knew that as long as they endured Yi Fei's martial royal tribulation, Yi Fei would most likely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. However, compared to Yi Fei's life, they were more concerned about the black lotus in Yi Fei's body. From various clues, the three blood ancestors had already sensed that the blood demon was very likely dead. Then, the only way to remove the source of the plague in their bodies was to use the black lotus in Yi Fei's body. This was why they couldn't wait to kill Yi Fei. Of course, the blood ancestor would never reveal this secret. Fortunately, before Shuailwan had left, he had already made detailed arrangements. As long as they followed Shuailwan's instructions, the Shengzis would definitely do as they said. By the way, I forgot to tell all the holy sons a piece of bad news. Venerable Tianmu has decided to change the Holy Sun Challenge half a year later to drawing lots. The disciples who draw lots will only be able to challenge that Holy Sun. This will also prevent people from avoiding the important points and focusing on the trivial points, choosing to challenge the weaker Holy Sons instead of having the courage to challenge the stronger Holy Sons, Shuayin said sinisterly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the saints changed. Many of them felt their scalps go numb. One had to know that in the past, the challenges of the saints were casual. As long as Yi Fei wasn't stupid, he would definitely choose to challenge the weakest saint to obtain the position of saint. But it was different now. The saint challenge had become a lottery. In other words, every one of them could be drawn and have no choice but to face Yi Fei's challenge. That wretched trash abandoned by the heavens. If he dares to challenge me, I'll make him die a horrible death when I become a martial emperor. A powerful holy son shouted angrily. However, it was obvious that he was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Many people could see that, but no one would point it out. After all, they could look down on Yi Fei's identity as a person who had been abandoned by the heavens. However, they could not ignore the fact that Yi Fei was a martial sage and he had extremely powerful combat strength. A few of the weaker saints were so nervous that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If Yi Fei were to pick one of them, wouldn't that person immediately fall from his position as a saint? Blood ancestors, you were the ones who caused this. You have to take responsibility for us. Another chosen said angrily. Xue Yin and Xue Sha, who had long expected this, could not help but laugh sinisterly. Ha, saints, don't worry. Since we have done such a thing, we naturally have a way to help you get through this. That's right. No matter how strong Yi Fei is, he's just one person. On the other hand, there are so many of us. Why would we be afraid of a piece of trash that was abandoned by heaven and earth? Why would we be afraid of an outsider with an unknown background? Blood Hangman roared gloomily. His words also happened to hit the nail on the head of the Holy Sons. They were already unhappy with Yi Fei for naming him Devil Saint. Most importantly, those who could become saints all had powerful bloodlines and were destined to be geniuses from birth. As for Yi Fei, he was just an ordinary person with the heaven-abandoned cripple physique. Yet, he was able to surpass them and stand above everyone else. This made the saints especially unhappy. Therefore, even though they knew that the blood ancestors were the ones who changed the rules, they did not want to lose their status as saints. At the same time, they did not want to let an ordinary person surpass them, these special geniuses. Almost without any consideration, the 10 saints all agreed to join forces to deal with Yi Fei. In the room, Yi Fei was still working hard on his cultivation. However, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the spiritual energy he was absorbing now was less than half of what it was a month ago. A few days later, it had decreased to a quarter. After another day, he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy in the room. What's going on? Could it be that we are absorbing spiritual energy too quickly and have absorbed all the spiritual energy in the surroundings? Xiao Chao also woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. Xiao Chao suddenly realized something and quickly gestured. Yi Fei looked at Xiao Chao's gestures in shock. Xiao Chao, what did you say? All the spiritual veins around us have been sealed? What the hell is going on? Xiao Chao angrily shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. Helpless, Yi Fei could only open the door. He found that there was indeed no spiritual energy outside. Many outer disciples were asking each other why. At this moment, an elder flew over and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please calm down. We have received a report that the spiritual veins outside Sun Luo Temple have been deliberately stolen and excavated. The Venerable One has ordered that all the spiritual veins be temporarily sealed until the thief is found." Elder, may I ask how long it will take to catch the thief? A disciple asked worriedly. That's hard to say. It could be 3 months or 5 months. Just wait. The elder glanced at them coldly and turned to leave. The disciples did not dare to stop him. They could only curse and curse the thief who stole the spiritual veins to die a horrible death. Then they all left. Yi Fei also subconsciously looked at the beast mark space. He saw that the dragon turtle was so hungry that it was lying on the ground. It did not look like it had snuck out to dig for spiritual stones. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he also cursed the thief for digging the spiritual stones at the wrong time. Not earlier or later, but right when he wanted to break through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Isn't this delaying my cultivation? No, there's less than half a year until the saint challenge. During this time, I must break through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Only then will I have the confidence to kill the 3 blood ancestors. Seeing that he could not cultivate in the room, Yi Fei did not hesitate and walked towards the spiritual river. Those who could cultivate in the spiritual river were the elite disciples of the Sun Luo Temple. If ordinary disciples dared to come here, they would have already been chased away. Since he could not cultivate in the room, Yi Fei had no choice but to come here. He planned to find a cave to cultivate in on the spiritual river. However, before he could enter the spiritual river, a half-step Emperor Elder had already walked over and said in a deep voice, "Stop! You can't go in." "Why can't I go in?" Yi Fei was a little angry. If he could not cultivate in the room and the spiritual river, where could he go to cultivate? Of course, the elder knew Yi Fei. Seeing Yi Fei angry, he was also shocked. However, when he thought of the person behind him, he still said sternly, "Humph, why? Don't you know that you need contribution points to enter the spiritual river?" "What? Contribution points? Then how'd I go in last time?" Yi Fei was very depressed when he heard this. That elder was even more depressed. Last time, he also thought that Yi Fei was here to apologize to the blood ancestors. That was why he let Yi Fei go in. This time, the nature was different. "Lord Demon Saint, don't make things difficult for us little elders. How about this? Why don't you go and exchange some contribution points for contribution points? With contribution points, you can enter the spiritual river to cultivate." That elder did not dare to offend Yi Fei, so he could only give him an idea. This person did not offend him, so Yi Fei could not do anything to him. He could only gloomily ask where the contribution points were. He turned around and planned to go to the merit hall to find out how to exchange contribution points. However, the Hall of Life and Death, which represented evil, was actually a Buddhist Hall of Merit. This name was really strange. Standing at the entrance of the Hall of Merit, Yi Fei muttered and walked in. However, he quickly walked out with a dark face. Damn, the martial emperor who exchanged contribution points is actually not here. He will only be back in a month. How can things be so coincidental? The spiritual chi in my room was cut off, and there were elders guarding outside the spiritual river to prevent me from entering. The martial emperor of the Hall of Merit also happened to be out for a month. Chapter 1280. The transaction, since spirit veins and spirit rivers were out of the question, Yi Fei's only option was to find a mountain with spirit chi. That was where some elders cultivated. Some powerful spirit veins were even occupied by martial monarchs. Spirit chi was very suitable for Yi Fei's breakthrough. "Junior apprentice sister over there, may I ask where Venerable Yu Zhijiang's mountain is?" Yi Fei stopped a female disciple passing by and asked. "I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't come near me." Unexpectedly, seeing Yi Fei appear, the female disciple's expression changed greatly. She ran away, covering her face as if she was avoiding a god of plague. Countless disciples in the surroundings glared at him. Yi Fei felt wronged. He clearly didn't do anything. He could only say that the Dark Azura Hall's disciples were too imaginative. However, after this test, Yi Fei was 80% sure that he was being targeted. Otherwise, many people who had greeted him with smiles a few days ago wouldn't have immediately become so cold. This matter definitely has something to do with those 3 old dogs of the blood ancestor. It seems that they want to purposely not give me a chance to break through. Yi Fei's mood was a bit heavy. After all, he had fought the blood ancestor until both sides were injured when he was at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. If he broke through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he was confident that he could kill the blood ancestor. Therefore, after the blood ancestors failed to deal with him head-on, they changed to secretly targeting him. Understanding was one thing, but Yi Fei was still angry. The blood ancestor is only a venerable. I don't believe that they can really do whatever they want in the Dark Azura Hall. Yi Fei quickly pulled himself together. Since the disciples didn't dare to offend a venerable, he could find a venerable he was familiar with and cultivate there. He could also deal with the blood ancestors' tricks. And in the Dark Azura Hall, the one Yi Fei was most familiar with was the venerable Yu Zhijiang. Therefore, Yi Fei hurried to Yu Zhijiang's mountain. "What? Elder, you also went out and won't be back for a month." Outside the palace, Yi Fei was stopped by a few of Yu Zhijiang's disciples. They told Yi Fei that Yu Zhijiang was no longer in the palace and had gone out to handle some matters. Therefore, they had no say in the matter of Yi Fei wanting to use the spirit vein to cultivate. "Young Master Yi, how about this? When Master returns, we will help you inform him." A disciple cupped his hands politely, clearly indicating that he was sending off a guest. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and sized up this disciple. Suddenly, he coldly shouted, "What did Elder you go out to do? How long will it take for him to return?" "This," The disciple was stunned by Yi Fei's quick question. Young Master Yi, it's like this. Our Venerable One, He, went out to patrol the White-Bone Wasteland. Another disciple reacted quickly and quickly covered for Yi Shiwen. However, when he saw the first disciple's stunned expression, Yi Fei already understood that this was most likely an excuse. Yu Zhijiang was definitely still in the palace and just didn't want to see him. If it was anyone else, Yi Fei would have just endured it and let it pass. However, it was different this time. The blood ancestor had clearly joined forces with many people to target him. Yu Zhijiang was the one who had forcefully pulled him into this group, and was also his guide. It was too much for him to hide now. Old Yu, do you remember what I said before? I, Yi Fei, have always been a low-key person. If someone doesn't let me be low-key and I do something big, I can only implicate you as my guide and bear the wrath of a quasi-emperor with me. Yi Fei loudly shouted at the palace and then turned to leave. He believed that even if Yu Zhijiang was purposely hiding from him and really wasn't in the palace, these disciples would definitely immediately pass on these words to Yu Zhijiang. Sure enough, Yi Fei had only taken 10 steps when the palace doors opened. In the end, he was Yi Fei's guide. If Yi Fei really did something that angered a quasi-emperor in the Dark Azura Hall, not only would Yi Fei suffer, the guide would also be implicated. Yu Zhijiang could only smile bitterly and invite Yi Fei back to the palace. He then sent away a few disciples and sighed. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that your opponent this time is too strong. Then, he told Yi Fei what he had heard. Only now did Yi Fei know that it wasn't as simple as the blood ancestor targeting him this time. Even the 10 saints were involved. The status and power of a saint was extremely great in any force. 3 venerables and 10 saints working together at the same time. It was no wonder that the spirit vein in his room was immediately cut off and the spirit river couldn't enter. Even Yu Zhijiang, who had always been on good terms with him, hid. Brother Yi, now you understand my difficulties. I definitely don't dare to lend you the spirit vein to cultivate. However, I just thought of a solution for you. Yu Zhijiang said with some hesitation. Yi Fei smiled coldly and interrupted him. I don't have the habit of lowering my head to my enemies. Since the 10 saints are targeting me, then they should be prepared for my revenge. Old Yu, I know you're in a difficult position. I won't ask you to lend me the spirit vein, but we can make a deal. A deal. Yu Zhijiang looked at Yi Fei strangely. That's right, a deal. Thanks to the blood ancestor and the 10 saints, I can forget about obtaining any spirit vein to cultivate in Senluo Hall. Therefore, I want to leave Senluo Hall and train outside. As long as you can help me, the price is negotiable, Yi Fei said in a low voice. Since he was outnumbered, he naturally had to avoid the sharp edge. If he stayed in Sun Luo Hall, he would only be suppressed to death. It was better to go out and train. With his strength and Xiao Chao's sensitivity to spiritual energy, he didn't believe that he couldn't find a wild spirit vein to cultivate with. Of course, if he could use this as an excuse to leave Sun Luo Hall and regain his freedom, that would be even better. This was also the reason why Yi Fei wanted to make a deal with Yu Zhijiang. In the end, businessmen pursued profits. Although Yu Zhijiang was a martial monarch, Yi Fei could see that Yu Zhijiang was actually a businessman at heart. As Yi Fei expected, Yu Zhijiang was quickly swayed when he heard this. He said in a low voice, Brother Yi, you are right. I am your guide. If you're unlucky, I will also feel unhappy. We can make a deal, but I don't want treasures. I only want a guarantee from you. What guarantee? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. You must guarantee that you will go out to train and not to take the opportunity to leave Sun Luo Hall. Yu Zhijiang said brightly. Yi Fei secretly cursed this old fox. With this guarantee, even if he went out, he couldn't go back on his word. However, when he thought of the blood ancestor and the 10 saints targeting him for no reason, even if he couldn't leave Sun Luo Hall, he still had to vent his anger. All right, I promise you. I still believe in Brother Ye's character, Yu Zhijiang said with a smile. Yu Zhijiang said with a smile. Although he didn't ask for anything, Yi Fei still owed him a big favor. Sometimes, favors were more important than treasures. After all, He was once a black market merchant. Yu Zhejiang was also very treacherous. Hence, he happily took out a map and handed it to Yi Fei. Brother Yi, look. This is the map to the Ancestral Dragon's Abyss. The Ancestral Dragon's Abyss is also the most suitable place for training in the Dragon Head realm. Not only are there all sorts of natural treasures, but there are also countless small worlds left behind by ancient experts. There are also many complete spirit veins occupied by martial monarchs and quasi-emperors. Chapter 1281. Yi Fei leaves the hall. Yi Fei, lack of everything but courage. Old you, I owe you a favor. I will repay you generously in the future. Yi Fei cupped his hands towards Yu Zhejiang. This was a deal. Of course, Yu Zhejiang would not give him a map for free. Since Yu Zhejiang did not say anything, he might as well say it himself. Yu Zhejiang was very satisfied with this. His expression became even more complicated. He hesitated and said, Yi Fei, actually, you don't have to take such a risk. Compromising is also a kind of success. Anything can be compromised, except for the path of cultivation. I don't have any special bloodline, so I was born a genius. I don't have a powerful background or a powerful sect, so I was given countless resources when I started cultivating. I'm just a mortal. All I have is 10 times, no, 100 times more effort than others. After taking the map, Yi Fei immediately left Yu Zhejiang's palace and Sun Luo Hall. In his life, he would not compromise even if he died. His martial arts was to advance and never retreat. Yu Zhejiang stared blankly at Yi Fei's disappearing figure. He suddenly let out a long sigh. Yi Fei, why do you have to do this? You're the most determined mortal I have ever seen. You have used your life to walk a path that many geniuses have never walked. You have already done well and are strong enough. However, you don't know that you have to retreat when the tide is turning. Sometimes, taking a step back is really the best thing you can do. If you take a step forward, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Old you, I didn't expect you to feel sad for a mortal. That Yi Fei is just a piece of trash. He has been abandoned by the heavens and is destined to never pass the martial emperor tribulation. Even if he works 1,000 times or even 10,000 times, in our eyes, he is just a petty person who has temporarily achieved success. A powerful holy sun walked out from behind Yu Zhejiang. This saint's words resonated with the blood assassin. Shuiyin laughed coldly and said, Since this Yi Fei knows that he is immortal, he should just obediently live out his ordinary life. He thinks that by walking on the path of despair, he can compete with geniuses with special bloodlines and oppose our blood ancestor. What a joke. How foolish. Elder you, you've done well this time. On behalf of all the holy sons, we thank you for your help. We definitely won't treat you unfairly. Another chubby middle-aged martial emperor patted Yu Zhejiang's shoulder sinisterly. He was Venerable Tianmu. He was the one who invited the 3 blood ancestors, whose reputation was in tatters, to Sun Luo Temple. He was also the one who took a huge amount of spiritual stones from the blood ancestors and changed the rules without permission. Then, he joined forces with all the holy sons to go against Yi Fei. Yu Zhejiang also sensed that the opponents this time were strong. They were not people that a small venerable in the early stage of the martial emperor realm, like him, could interfere with. He had no choice but to play it safe and cooperate with them to put on this show. However, when he heard Yi Fei's words and saw Yi Fei's resolute back as he left, he suddenly felt regret. Trash? In the North region, Yi Fei was treated as trash. In the end, he swept through the North region and was revered as the North region Holy King by all the warriors in the North region. A petty person who has achieved success? In the Outer Sea, there were countless Xiexio. Every step he took was frightening, but he still killed his way out of the encirclement. Today, the Xiexio sea trembles at the mention of Yi Fei's name. A mortal in a land of buried gods. It was this mortal who killed countless kings and emperors and established his reputation as the #1 on the heaven ranking, the invincible sovereign, Now he has come to the Dragonhead world. Who can guarantee that this mortal won't create another glorious era? When did this old man begin to doubt his own vision? Thinking of this, Yu Zhijiang's heart was filled with regret. However, the mistake had already been made. No matter how regretful he was, there was nothing he could do. The ancestral dragon's abyss was the most famous, dangerous place in the Dragonhead world. At the same time, it was located in the deepest part of the Whitebone Wasteland. It was said that the abyss was formed in the ancient times when the powerful ancestral dragon was killed by a strong enemy. The wound was formed when the dragon's head was cut off. Later, after the evolution of the heavenly Tao and the passage of time, the ancestral dragon's body turned into the current Tianwu continent. The wound on the ancestral dragon's forehead turned into the ancestral dragon's abyss. At the same time, the ancestral dragon's abyss was a bridge from the Tianwu continent to the heavenly demon continent. Although the bridge had been broken tens of thousands of years ago due to the calamity of the human demon continent. However, there were still countless powerful demonic beasts in the ancestral dragon's abyss. Martial monarchs and quasi-emperors were everywhere. If one didn't have strong strength and confidence, many martial monarchs wouldn't dare to set foot in there. Surprisingly, there was a transportation formation in the Dark Azura Hall that led to the ancestral dragon's abyss. Usually, many powerful saints would enter there to train. This is great. Using the transportation formation will be much faster than walking. It will also save me a lot of time. Yi Fei was relieved to know that there was a transportation formation. Since he had promised Yu Zhijiang, he couldn't leave the Dark Azura Hall this time. He could only think of a way to find some powerful spirit veins in the ancestral dragon's abyss to increase his strength. After all, he didn't have much time left. In less than half a year, the Saint's challenge would begin. Before that, I must break through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm. At that time, even if the blood ancestor and the 10 saints join forces, I will be invincible. Determination flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Then, he stepped into the transportation formation in front of him. When he walked out of the transportation formation, he was no longer in the Dark Azura Hall. Instead, he was at the end of the Whitebone Wasteland. A pitch-black abyss was fixed on the ancestral dragon's forehead like a black hole. When Yi Fei looked at it from the sky, he felt that it was the finger of a giant god. This ancient giant god had used only one finger to kill the ancestral dragon. Then, he left an indelible scar on the ancestral dragon's forehead, which eventually evolved into the ancestral dragon's abyss. Roar! In the abyss, powerful roars came one after another. As soon as he was transported out, several powerful gazes came from the abyss. They actually penetrated hundreds of thousands of li of the abyss and looked outside. When Yi Fei felt those gazes, he was shocked. These are definitely not the gazes of martial monarchs. They're the quasi-emperor demonic beasts watching me. Yi Fei felt a little nervous. In the end, quasi-emperor demonic beasts were not as easy to talk to as human quasi-emperors. If these demonic beasts were unhappy with him and suddenly attacked him, he could only flee. After a while, perhaps because they felt that Yi Fei was not a threat, these quasi-emperor demonic beasts immediately lost interest in paying attention to Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei was only a 9th level martial saint. In the eyes of these quasi-emperor demonic beasts, he was no different from a bug. As long as Yi Fei did not provoke them, they would not even be interested in raising their hands to kill Yi Fei. Damn, I'm actually being looked down upon by a group of demonic beasts. Sensing the disdain and mockery in the eyes of those quasi-emperor demonic beasts before their gazes retreated, Yi Fei felt very depressed. However, he still summoned his courage and rushed into the ancestral dragon's abyss. Gua! As soon as he entered the abyss, more than 10 strange blackbirds rushed out from the pitch-black walls at lightning speed. Their bodies merged perfectly with the darkness of the abyss. After entering the abyss, Yi Fei's spiritual sense and vision were greatly affected. Chapter 1282. The Abyss Killing Trap. Oh no, the Abyss of Ancestral Dragon is the same as the Whitebone Wasteland. I can't use my domain. I can't even use my ultimacy. Yi Fei was shocked. His domain and ultimacy were his strongest techniques. Once these two techniques were suppressed, his strength would be weakened by 90%. Did Yu Zhejiang betray me? Otherwise, why didn't he tell me that the abyss of ancestral dragon would suppress my domain and ultimacy? This shocking thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind. Before he had time to think about it, countless strange birds in the pitch-black abyss had already turned into sharp black arrows, covering the sky as they pecked at Yi Fei. The strange birds had long and sharp beaks. They pecked at the purple gold Tai Chi, causing it to shake continuously. The range of the purple gold Tai Chi shrank from 10 meters to 5 meters. If this continued, the purple gold Tai Chi would not be able to withstand the attacks of the strange birds and would definitely collapse. Yi Fei could only start his counterattack. He released 8 primordial spirits at once, forming 8 black holes in the void. Then, countless sword flames erupted like volcanoes, slashing in all directions. The purple-gold sword flames lit up the darkness of the abyss. Attracted by the light, more and more of the strange birds followed the light and rushed over. Raising his head, he saw that the passageway leading out of the abyss was already filled with black clouds. Looking around, he saw that the surroundings were filled with the black clouds caused by the strange birds. Caw-caw! The strange birds cried out. Perhaps they felt that they had surrounded Yi Fei and could not escape. Some of the strange birds stretched out their long beaks, some waved their sharp claws, and suddenly attacked Yi Fei together. The first thing they attacked was the 8 sword flames in the void. Countless strange birds rushed forward one after another. Their bodies were very hard, like a piece of black iron. They spread their steel-like wings and flapped left and right, shattering the sword flames in the sky. At the same time, they stretched out their sharp claws and clawed at the void in front of them. The sound of space shattering could be heard. Then, Yi Fei heard a loud explosion. His first black hole had actually been torn apart by the sharp claws of countless strange birds. These birds are too terrifying. Just the number of these birds is enough to exhaust a weak martial emperor to death. Strange, how did the people in the past enter? Yu Zhejiang was sure that they were hiding important information from him. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous for even martial emperors to enter. It would be impossible for ordinary Sun Luo Hall disciples to enter the abyss to train. Judging from the movements in the abyss, that kid has most likely been besieged by the magical birds. At the periphery of the abyss, there were 10 more tyrannical figures. They weren't martial emperors, but each of them had the strength to kill martial emperors. They were the 10 strongest saint children of the Sunluo Temple. Each of them was comparable to the saint children of the 4 great academies. However, at the entrance of the abyss, they were so frightened that they did not dare to move. Just like Yi Fei, when they approached the abyss, there were also quasi-emperor-level demonic beasts that looked coldly at them through the abyss. It was only when they realized that it was another group of small insects that their cold gazes slowly retreated. Scram! Rumble! In the abyss, Yi Fei was still fighting with all his might. He executed the life and death fist with one hand, smashing away the approaching strange birds. With the other, he swung the spirit-devouring sword. The whistling Taiji sword diagram exploded continuously, killing flocks of strange birds. However, there were simply too many of them. The densely packed strange birds in the dark abyss formed a huge black whirlwind that trapped Yi Fei, wanting to devour him. He has no domain, no mysteries, and no medicinal pills to chase away the strange birds. Perhaps we don't even have to do anything. He will be torn to pieces by these magical birds. A saint used his eyesight to see through the layers of darkness, watching the battle. The other saints all had gloomy expressions. There was even a faint trace of anticipation and mockery. Yu Zhejiang did not lie to Yi Fei. This ancestral dragon abyss was indeed the best training ground in the Dragon Head realm. There were also a large number of intact spirit veins hidden in it. However, there was one thing that Yu Zhejiang did not tell Yi Fei. To enter the abyss, one had to pass through the territory of a large group of magical birds. These strange birds had bodies as hard as iron. What was more terrifying was that there were so many of them that it was impossible to kill them all. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they hated the smell of certain medicinal pills. Therefore, all the martial artists who entered the abyss would take medicinal pills in advance to emit the smell that the magical birds hated the most. This way, they would be able to land safely at the bottom of the abyss. Yu Jiang had coincidentally neglected to tell Yi Fei about this. As a result, Yi Fei was now in a huge crisis. The number of strange birds continued to increase. The black whirlwind had already turned into a black hurricane. The cries of the strange birds overlapped, as if the entire abyss was roaring. Bang! As expected, the purple gold Tai Chi was finally shattered. Even ants could kill an elephant. No matter how strong Yi Fei was, he could not be a match for tens of thousands of strange birds. Moreover, there were even more strange birds that were alarmed. They lined up into a dark cloud and swept over. Yu Jiang is indeed on the Blood Ancestor's side. Blood Ancestor, you bunch of old dogs. As long as I am alive, I will torture you to death when I return. Yi Fei shouted angrily. Hearing his voice, the 10 saints outside the abyss sneered coldly and mockingly. Surrounded by the magical birds, even a late-stage martial king expert would die. Yi Fei would not be able to hold on. Let's go. There's no need to watch anymore. This trash is finished. A powerful saint who had witnessed the process of Yi Fei being completely swept into the black hurricane laughed coldly and turned to leave. Many of the other saints also heaved sighs of relief. We finally killed this powerful enemy that we were so afraid of. Roar! Heavenly Dragon's music. Although Yi Fei could not release his domain or golden body, he still subconsciously executed the Heavenly Dragon's music at the critical moment. This was a Buddhist sect consummate technique. It had a certain suppressive effect on demonic beasts. Under the influence of the Heavenly Dragon's music, the rapidly spinning black hurricane suddenly paused. Yi Fei took advantage of this time to quickly think of a countermeasure. If I continue fighting, I will only exhaust my quintessence and end up as food for these strange birds. I have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. It would be best if I can break out of the encirclement in one go. Then, while the strange birds are unable to surround me, I can use the advantage of my speed of 50 kilometers to shake them off. As this thought flashed in Yi Fei's mind, he immediately took action. He roared, and the primordial spirit in his body burst forth again. The Taiji duality sword turned into a huge Taiji sword diagram and chopped down. Yi Fei did not choose to escape the abyss. This was because the strange birds were mainly gathered there. The thick flock of birds had already formed a shockingly thick, dark cloud, firmly sealing off any possibility of him escaping the abyss. Chapter 1283. Berserk War Demon Kill. Taiji Yin Yang. Explode. 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 Yi Fei slashed out 3 huge Taiji sword diagrams in a row, aiming at the same spot of the black hurricane. There were many strange birds, but they were not very strong. They were only in the first or second layer of the martial saint realm. Of course, they could not withstand Yi Fei's attack, which was comparable to a martial monarch's. A crack suddenly appeared in the thick black hurricane. At the same time, under Yi Fei's endless sword lights, the crack continued to expand, forming a huge gap that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Good chance. 100 li in an instant. Yi Fei's face lit up with joy. His entire body was already moving faster than the speed of sound as he quickly rushed through the gap. Not good. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many holy sons changed. Trash will always be trash. If it was so easy to break through the encirclement of the demonic birds, the ancestral dragon abyss would not have become a forbidden area for martial monarchs. There were also some strong holy sons who thought that Yi Fei's actions were extremely stupid. Guagua. The destruction of the hurricane and the death of a large number of strange birds made the king of the flock of birds roar in anger. Apart from the huge dark clouds above the abyss, there was also a huge roar of flapping wings coming from below the abyss. Another huge dark cloud came from below, forming a seamless encirclement around Yi Fei. Taiji Yin Yang sword. I must go all out today. Yi Fei was shocked. He wanted to call Xiao Chao out a few times, but he resisted. After all, no matter how strong Xiao Chao's vine whip was, it was impossible for him to scatter tens of thousands of strange birds in one breath. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to fight his way out. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled, and sword lights illuminated the world. Yi Fei slashed out 3 more Taiji sword diagrams, wanting to shatter the dark clouds below and break through the encirclement. However, he failed this time. It was not that his sword was not strong enough, but the clouds formed by the strange birds below were too thick. Without a domain or a profound meaning, relying only on martial techniques, Yi Fei could bring out less than 20% of the Taiji Yin-Yang sword's might. Such might was not enough to break through the thick clouds formed by these strange birds. Croak! In the clouds, the king of the strange birds let out a series of cries. They could feel Yi Fei's strength and seemed to want to gather more of their comrades to join forces and kill Yi Fei. During this time, Yi Fei tried a few more times. He swung his sword again and again, and even activated the battle demon golden body to rush to the front of the dark clouds and engage in close combat with the countless strange birds. Just like that, the strange birds were killed by Yi Fei one after another. However, it was useless. No matter how many he killed, more strange birds would immediately fill the gap and continue to surround him. Rip! With a slight carelessness, the sharp claws of a dozen strange birds landed on Yi Fei's body, leaving white marks on his war demon golden body. There was also a bird king that moved at lightning speed. Its sharp beak could pierce through metal and stone as it pecked at Yi Fei's head. Kill! At the crucial moment, Yi Fei punched out with his life and death fist, causing the bird king to explode in midair. A large amount of bird blood splattered all over his body. This did not scare off the flock of birds. More strange birds turned into sharp arrows and swooped down. They crashed into Yi Fei's body, and his skin started to crack. Red spots and bruises appeared on his skin. The Chosen were all excited. Ha ha ha! This Yi Fei is cornered. Our plan is about to succeed. Once this trash is abandoned by the heavens, we will all be able to protect our positions in the Chosen Challenge half a year later. Roar! Another loud dragon roar shook off the approaching strange birds. Yi Fei's expression showed a hint of fatigue. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao squeaked and waved his vine whip. He was like an angry lion that wanted to rush out and protect Yi Fei. Xiao Chao, you can't come out. Yi Fei was shocked. There were so many strange birds here. If Xiao Chao came out, not only would he not be able to help, he would also cause the strange birds to go crazy. If there was no other way, he would let the dragon turtle take Xiao Chao and run away first. This thought flashed through Yi Fei's mind. He looked again at the dragon turtle that was crazily eating spirit stones in the beast-marked space. Its body was constantly expanding. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. I have an idea. Dragon turtle, whether we can fight our way out of this encirclement will depend on you. Grow bigger. Roar. The dragon turtle was thrown out again. It was still biting an unfinished, immortal crystal in its mouth. Clearly, this turtle had taken advantage of the fact that Xiao Chao was not watching to secretly eat it again. However, the dragon turtle still obeyed the order. It instantly grew to the size of a mountain and blocked a portion of the strange bird's attacks. Yi Fei looked at the approaching flock of strange birds and their shocking thickness. He was very dissatisfied. Blackie, did you not eat? Continue to grow bigger. The bigger the better. Roar. The dragon turtle's body expanded again. It was now the size of a huge mountain, and its weight reached a shocking few 100,000 pounds. And in Yi Fei's eyes, this dragon turtle was like a super warhammer. It was the kind that could kill a large number of birds with one hit. At this moment, Yi Fei naturally would not hold back. He roared and suddenly pushed the battle demon Dao to the limit. A layer of terrifying energy instantly made Yi Fei's body grow bigger. A flock of strange birds screeched and rushed over from afar. Yi Fei laughed maniacally. He grabbed the dragon turtle's pillar-like tail with both hands and smashed it forward. A large flock of strange birds was instantly smashed into meat paste. Even more strange birds retreated in fear. Clearly, they were quite frightened by the sudden appearance of the Tortoise Mountain. Kill! Seeing that such an attack was indeed effective, Yi Fei was invigorated. He grabbed the dragon turtle's tail and danced wildly. There was no pattern to his movements. He relied entirely on his brute strength, the dragon turtle's hard shell, and its terrifying weight. However, such an attack was extremely effective against the strange birds. If Yi Fei could kill hundreds of strange birds with one strike, then using the huge dragon turtle as a warhammer, he could kill 2,000 to 3,000 strange birds with one strike. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the saints, Yi Fei seemed to have transformed into a berserk war demon. He danced wildly in the abyss with his warhammer. Every time he swung his warhammer, a large number of strange bird corpses would fall from the sky like rain. In just a few seconds, close to 10,000 strange birds had been smashed into meat paste by Yi Fei's special warhammer. Even more strange birds screeched in fear and quickly retreated. The dark clouds that had surrounded Yi Fei showed signs of dispersing. Seeing this, Yi Fei became even more invigorated. Realizing that there was an advantage to be taken advantage of, the dragon turtle became even more domineering. When Yi Fei smashed it like a hammer, the dragon turtle roared angrily and opened its mouth to spit out a huge dragon flame. It also burned countless strange birds to death. This also made the warhammer in Yi Fei's hand even more terrifying. Chapter 1284. The Saint takes action. Caw, 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 caw. The death of a large number of strange birds had undoubtedly caused the first and second level martial saints to panic. It was not that they had never met a powerful martial artist, but it was the first time that they had seen such a crazy and terrifying martial artist like Yi Fei, especially when Yi Fei waved the huge dragon turtle. That crazy aura was like that of an ancient war demon. It scared the strange birds into retreating. Kill! Yi Fei did not wait for the strange birds to retreat. He roared and suddenly activated the 100ly instant. Like a madman, he rushed into the place where the strange birds were the most concentrated. If other martial emperors dared to do this, they would have been torn to pieces by the strange birds. However, Yi Fei was different. He had the huge warhammer that the dragon turtle had transformed into. This warhammer was as big as a huge mountain and weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Most importantly, the dragon turtle's shell was extremely hard. The dragon turtle's limbs were as thick as iron awls, and there were even sharper dragon claws on them. This made the dragon turtle's special warhammer extremely lethal. Not to mention, the dragon turtle could spit out dragon flames and release saber aura. Therefore, Yi Fei did not need to do anything at this moment. He did not need to use any martial arts. He only needed to use all his strength to swing the war hammer in the flock of strange birds like a windmill. Numerous corpses of strange birds covered the entire abyss like a rainstorm. The 10 saints could only watch as Yi Fei turned into a crazy demon and slaughtered countless strange birds mercilessly. They also watched in disbelief as the huge black hurricane collapsed under Yi Fei's furious attacks. In the end, they only heard a loud bang. Countless strange birds screeched in agony as they fled in all directions. Yi Fei raised his warhammer and smashed through the thick dark clouds formed by the strange birds. He then turned into a beam of black light and rushed into the ancestral dragon abyss. Yi Fei did not plan to leave the ancestral dragon abyss. Instead, he wanted to enter the abyss as fast as he could and hide behind it. The blood ancestors will not only use this method. They must have other killing moves waiting for me. The 10 holy sons were also dumbfounded by what they saw. Only after a long time did they manage to regain their senses. Then, enormous anger emerged on their faces. That tortoise! That damn tortoise! Damn it! If it weren't for that turtle, Yi Fei definitely wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. I finally understand why the blood ancestor hates turtles so much. Chase after him. Since the strange bird can't kill him, we'll send him on his way with our own hands. Leave that tortoise to me. Boom. Seeing that Yifei had actually rushed into the abyss, the few powerful saints didn't say anything and rushed in as well. Then, everyone followed suit without hesitation. A large flock of strange birds was alarmed and charged out furiously. They were afraid of Yifei's madness, but they were not afraid of these saints. Very quickly, the strange birds formed a whistling hurricane and charged towards the saints. Boom! Carrying the giant dragon tortoise, Yifei's body landed on the ground of the abyss like a meteorite, causing the ground to shake violently. Then, Yifei opened his eye of thunder punishment. The purple vertical was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness above the abyss. It also allowed him to clearly see the people surrounded by the strange birds. It's the saints of Sun Luo Hall. So that's how it is. I was wondering how the blood ancestor alone could make Yu Zhijiang betray me. It was the saints who joined forces to target me. Yifei coldly looked at the 10 saints who had broken out from the flock of strange birds. These people had a strange fragrance on them that seemed to be able to drive away mosquitoes. It made the strange birds feel disgusted and lose interest in attacking them. Boom! The 10 saints were like 10 meteors that descended from all directions. They landed on the ground of the abyss and instantly surrounded Yifei. The saint in green walked out first and sneered. Target you? Yifei, you think too highly of yourself. I'm not targeting you. I'm just following orders to hunt down the traitors of Sun Luo Hall. That's right, Yifei. It's not enough that you betrayed the sacred institution. You even dared to betray our Sun Luo Hall. There's no way for you to live in this world, another saint said coldly. The other saints acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at the giant iron hammer in Yifei's hand with great fear. Yifei was carrying the dragon tortoise on his back. His entire body emitted a golden demonic light, as if he was a real war demon carrying a war hammer. He stood there with an invisible force that made these weak saints tremble in fear. He suddenly took a step forward. This time, even the 2 powerful saints who had spoken earlier were full of vigilance. They retreated a few steps, not daring to fight Yifei in close combat. The scene of Yifei killing his way through the encirclement was simply too shocking. Seeing these saints' reactions, Yifei suddenly laughed. It was a contemptuous and mocking sneer. You guys are a bunch of good-for-nothings. There are 10 of you and 1 of me. You're actually afraid of me? Sun Luo Hall saints are only SOSO. What do you mean by hunting down traitors? I think you're just afraid that I'll replace you and want to kill me. If you're a man, then let's fight with real weapons. What kind of hero are you if you stab someone in the back? My head is here. Who dares to fight? Boom! Yifei smashed the dragon tortoise onto the ground, creating a pit dozens of meters deep. It also made the weakest saint unable to stand upright and almost fall on the cracked ground. Good-for-nothings? That saint thought of Yifei's evaluation of them, and his face suddenly flushed red. Thick shame and anger also flashed across the faces of the other saints. However, no one dared to make the first move. They had chased Yifei into the abyss of the ancestral dragon. Their domains and Upanishads were also suppressed. It was purely a competition of martial arts and physical strength. Seeing Yifei carrying a dragon turtle that weighed more than 100,000 kilograms and still being able to move it freely, their faces turned solemn. What? You don't dare to fight? The mockery on Yifei's face was even thicker. Sun Luo Hall was also a demonic sect. In the demonic sect, there was no harmony. Only fierceness could intimidate the enemy. Therefore, even if he was not confident, he still had to put on a ferocious appearance when facing these saints. This action successfully made these saints wary of Yifei. The weakest saint could not help but mutter, I've already said that Yifei is not to be trifled with. What benefits can we get by helping the blood ancestor and opposing Yifei? How can there be no benefits? The blood ancestor is a venerable martial emperor. If we help him today, he will owe us a big favor. In the future, when we go through the martial emperor tribulation, we can ask him for help. A powerful saint spoke up and made up his mind. That's right. No matter how strong Yi Fei is, he can only show off in the martial sage realm. When he goes through the martial emperor tribulation, he will immediately be annihilated. I will not allow a dead person to surpass us. Another powerful saint exuded layers of murderous intent. Yi Fei, you people are abandoned by the heavens. You're born trash. Trash surpasses geniuses. A mere mortal surpasses us with special bloodlines. We will not tolerate this. A few saints stepped forward at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 1285. Venerable Qing Mu Kill. A saint child opened his mouth and spat out a black word. This word was as big as a mountain and as fast as lightning. It was as destructive as fire. When it landed on the ground, terrifying runes exploded on the ground. Moreover, it wasn't just one word. As the saint child spoke, more and more words filled the sky. This is the secret art of the Sanluo Temple, the law of life and death. You are a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens. Even if you die, it will be your glory. The saint child coldly stopped talking. A brush as thick as a broom appeared in his hand. It had golden hooks and silver strokes. It was like a judge judging Yi Fei's life and death. Seeing this person move, the other saints became excited. Another powerful saint child took action. Countless faces appeared behind him. There were old, young male, female, monsters, devils, ghosts, and even Buddhas. The boundless heaven and earth, the myriad of living beings, the myriad of phenomena. This was a great technique of the Sanluo Temple called myriad manifestations. It could transform into the faces of millions of people and experience the lives of millions of people. Those who could learn this technique were all absolute geniuses of the Sanluo Temple. Kill, heaven and earth open. The 24 heavens slay the Buddhas. Another 3 saint children worked together. Their auras merged and their primordial spirits intertwined. The 3 of them spread across the sky and formed a strange door. Countless divine soldiers and generals faintly came out from the door. They were either holding spears or carrying bows. Their cold gazes made it seem as if there were 24 terrifying worlds behind the door. This was another secret art of the Sanluo Temple, the 24 heavens. However, these 3 saint children were too weak and needed to work together to display even 10% of its power. Yi Fei, accept your death. The other saint children shouted together. They had no choice but to act. Since they had already come out, no one wanted Yi Fei to continue living. It would affect their status as saint children. Moreover, these saint children didn't use all of the Sanluo Temple's techniques. Yu Zhijiang once said that the Sanluo Temple had a total of 10 techniques. However, the strongest of the 4 sacred academies, the Divine Martial Academy, only had 2. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Hall of Life and Death used to be. Even a split Sanluo Temple was strong enough to fight against the 4 sacred academies. Yi Fei's expression darkened. Big Blackie, shrink and come back. Roar. The mountain-like dragon turtle immediately shrunk. Yi Fei didn't even think before throwing the dragon turtle back into the beast mark space. The next battle would be a tough one. It would be 10 times more dangerous than the strange birds in the abyss. The dragon turtle, who is only at the demigod realm, would easily become the target of the 10 holy sons in a battle of this level. Furthermore, when the dragon turtle broke through the encirclement of the strange birds, it also consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Yi Fei planned to let the dragon turtle return to the beast mark space to rest for a while. At the critical moment, he could also use the dragon turtle's speed advantage to break out of the encirclement and escape. Everyone, be careful. Yi Fei must have recalled the dragon turtle so that it can recover its spiritual energy and escape with him. Those who could become holy sons were not mediocre people. On the contrary, these holy sons were very strong. When they saw Yi Fei recall the dragon turtle, they understood Yi Fei's plan. Instantly, the Holy Sons' faces became even more murderous. Yi Fei's eyes also became unprecedentedly fierce. So what if you understand? Can you bunch of good-for-nothings stop me? Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Boom, boom. The purple-gold sword light illuminated the dark abyss. This also shocked many Holy Sons. They didn't expect Yi Fei to still be able to display such powerful combat strength after the fierce battle with the strange birds. Everyone stop. Whoever dares to fight among themselves will be punished according to the rules of the hall. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fierce battle, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky above the abyss. As soon as he landed, a terrifying murderous intent completely enveloped Yi Fei and the 10 Holy Sons. It's Venerable Qing Mu. Why is he here in the ancestral dragon abyss? The Holy Sons who were about to attack all changed their expressions. If it were other venerables, they wouldn't care. However, Venerable Qing Mu was different. Not to mention, he was a late-stage martial emperor. More importantly, Venerable Qing Mu was the personal disciple of a quasi-emperor hall master. In the Sinluo Hall, no one below the quasi-emperor level dared to be disrespectful to Venerable Qing Mu. Damn it! Why is Venerable Qing Mu here? Our great plan failed at the last stage. Let's go. Venerable Qing Mu is impartial. If we are caught by him, we won't be able to keep our Holy Sons. Seeing Venerable Qing Mu rushing over from afar, the 10 Holy Sons were unwilling to give up. However, they still rushed in all directions at their fastest speed. Fortunately, when they were chasing Yi Fei, they were either disguised or masked. As long as they weren't caught by Venerable Qing Mu, they had plenty of ways to conceal themselves. Strange, why did they run away? Yi Fei was already prepared for a bloody battle, but in the end, these saints all ran away without missing a single one. After all, he had only joined the Sinluo Hall for a short time. His understanding of Venerable Qing Mu was that this old man and Yu Zhijiang were playing the good cop and bad cop, forcing him to join them. Yi Fei had never imagined that he would be saved by Venerable Qing Mu one day. Brat, the others all ran away. Why didn't you run? Venerable Qing Mu landed slowly and looked at Yi Fei coldly. Only then did Yi Fei come to his senses. This old man was also a shrewd person. He had purposely landed so slowly to give those Holy Sons a chance to escape. However, those Holy Sons were also very cunning. They either disguised themselves or masked their faces, so he couldn't complain even if he wanted to. Fortunately, this old man didn't seem to be on the blood ancestor's side. Yi Fei was a little curious, so he directly skipped this question. Venerable Greenwood, why are you here? You? Venerable Qing Mu's face darkened. He said angrily, this venerable is only a little over 100 years old. With a martial monarch's lifespan of several thousand years, I am still very young. After fiercely glaring at a certain blind little hedgehog, Venerable Greenwood coldly continued. Also, I received a secret report from Yu Zhijiang, saying that you left the Dark Azura Hall without permission. Now, it seems that you have your reasons. Yi Fei was stunned when he heard this. What did Yu Zhijiang mean? First, he betrayed me. Now, he secretly reported to Venerable Qing Mu to help me out? Of course, Yi Fei didn't know that it was his bold words before he left that touched Yu Zhijiang and made him regret betraying him. He could only use this method to try and make up for his mistake. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Venerable Qing Mu, I don't know what Yu Zhijiang told you, but he was the one who allowed me to come to the ancestral dragon abyss to train. Chapter 1286. Deep Abyss Map. No, I can't go back. Yi Fei would not go back unless he was a fool. Right now, the 10 Holy Signs were working together with the Blood Ancestor to deal with him. Even if they did not succeed this time, there would be a next time. To deal with such a situation, Yi Fei only had two options. One was to think of a way to deal with Sinluo Hall. However, when Yi Fei thought of the unknown number of quasi-emperors and the large number of martial monarchs in Sinluo Hall, Yi Fei reckoned that a quasi-emperor might come over to silence him halfway through. The only path left for him was to brace himself and continue on. I want to train in the ancestral dragon abyss. After half a year, I will definitely return to Sunluo Hall and settle the score with some people. Yi Fei thought of the sorry state he was in when he faced the strange bird in the deep abyss. Then he thought of the encirclement of the 10 holy scions and how he nearly ended up in a bloody battle. Rage and fighting spirit burned fiercely in his heart. Didn't you all look down on me? Didn't you all think that I would definitely die? Didn't you all judge that I was destined to never become a martial monarch? I just don't believe in this evil. Venerable Qing Mu's eyelids twitched when he saw the determined expression in Yi Fei's eyes. Unexpectedly, he felt a sense of danger from Yi Fei. This little hedgehog is probably pissed off. It is indeed inappropriate to bring him back now. Before I came out, old Yu repeatedly bowed to me to take care of this brat. Venerable Qing Mu gave face to his old friend and obtained Yi Fei's guarantee that he would not betray Sunluo Hall. Venerable Qing Mu's expression softened. However, he still said coldly, "Humph, remember what you said. If you do not return after half a year, I, Qing Mu, could drag you into the hall. Similarly, I can drag you into the real hell." That's right. I said it. After half a year, even if you don't come looking for me, I will go to Sunluo Hall to find you and thank you in person, Yi Fei said sincerely with cupped fists. He accidentally treated Venerable Qing Mu as an old man again. Venerable Qing Mu's face twitched. Seeing that Yi Fei did not mean it, he decided to endure it. Get lost. This is the map of the abyss that Yu Zhijiang asked me to give you. It contains the routes he took in his early years. There are also a few spirit veins in it. I wonder if they've been destroyed after so many years. Venerable Greenwood impatiently tossed over a map and soared into the air above the abyss. Countless strange birds were startled and flew down. However, Venerable Greenwood simply grabbed out with his hand, and thousands of strange birds were crushed to death on the spot. The other strange birds were frightened and quickly fled back into the darkness of the abyss. Yi Fei was also very envious. This was a real martial emperor. Even without a domain or ultimacy, he still had amazing combat strength. On the other hand, without a domain or ultimacy, he was like a tiger without claws and fangs. You can't blame me for this. It's just the difference between our realms. When I break through to the martial emperor realm, I might be able to surpass Venerable Qing Mu. Yi Fei had been able to come so far because he had experienced countless dangers. He had long since developed an optimistic personality. Even if he was in danger, he could still find joy in the midst of suffering. Although this Venerable Qing Mu is somewhat strict, I can tell that he is a person with a cold face but a warm heart. Otherwise, he would not have given me the map of his early years. Yi Fei picked up the map and glanced at it. He discovered that this map did not belong to Yu Zhijiang. It was very likely that Venerable Qing Mu had drawn it when he was training. There were also a few places marked with the territory of a middle-stage martial emperor demonic beast. There were also a few late-stage martial emperors marked with a red cross, indicating that they were especially dangerous. Such a dangerous place was definitely not a place that an ordinary early-stage martial emperor like Yu Zhijiang could enter. It looks like Yu Zhijiang has a deep friendship with Venerable Qing Mu. Unexpectedly, Venerable Qing Mu was willing to give him such a precious map. I feel like I owe Yu Zhijiang a favor. However, when he thought about how Yu Zhijiang had betrayed him, he had made up for his mistake at the crucial moment by inviting Venerable Qing Mu to help him out. Thus, Yi Fei decided to forget about the grudge between him and Yu Zhijiang. It's impossible for me to be grateful. At most, if Yu Zhijiang has any difficulties in the future, I can help him, but only once. After that, I will have nothing to do with him. A betrayal was a betrayal. Yi Fei would not hold a grudge against Yu Zhijiang, but he would not forgive him for what he had done. Venerable Qing Mu's map had indeed helped Yi Fei a lot. As for those holy sons, they better not let me meet you in the abyss. Yi Fei thought about the holy sons who had scattered and hid in the abyss. He immediately followed the markings on the map and chose a direction that no one had been to before. Then, he quickly rushed into the abyss. One day later, Xiao Chun entered a pitch-black forest. After a bitter battle, he killed 10 odd demonic beasts in hiding. Then, he passed through a rotting swamp. In the swamp, Yi Fei encountered his first danger. The corpses of 10 odd martial monarchs turned into bone demons. The leader of the bone demons was on the verge of evolving into a bone demon known as the Everlasting Bone. In the future, it would be undying and indestructible, existing eternally with the world. However, by relying on the 8 heavenly dragons' music and the Taiji duality sword ability to ignore defense, Xiao Qin managed to kill these bone demons. However, nothing was left behind. How unlucky. There are so many bone demons, but not a single bone demon soul essence was left behind. The bone demon soul essence was the most precious thing in a bone demon's body. It was similar to the sage bone formed after a martial sage turned into the Tao. However, the sage bone contained the power of the world. As for the bone demon soul essence, it contained the mysteries that the martial monarch comprehended when he was alive. Furthermore, such mysteries would only appear after a martial monarch died and turned into a bone demon. Ordinary martial monarchs would completely turn into the Tao after they died, who would let their corpses turn into bone demons for no reason. Furthermore, the chances of obtaining a bone demon soul essence from killing a bone demon was usually only 1%. In other words, killing 100 martial monarch bone demons would give one a chance of obtaining a bone demon soul essence. This chance was too slim. Yi Fei only knew this because Venerable Qing Mu had been lucky enough to kill a bone demon in his early years and obtained a bone demon soul essence. Thus, he had recorded this glorious battle record on the map. On the other hand, Yi Fei himself had killed 10 odd bone demons. His entire body was covered in injuries. The price he paid was not small. However, he did not even see the shadow of a bone demon soul essence. In Yi Fei's eyes, that 1% chance of obtaining a bone demon soul essence seemed to have become 1 in 10,000. Sigh, this is a person abandoned by the heavens. Our luck is too bad. If it were Zhao Yu or that girl from Shanghua, they might have killed 1 bone demon soul essence and dropped a bunch. Never doubt the astonishing destiny of a martial emperor. Never be surprised at the degree of misfortune of a person abandoned by the heavens. Even though Yi Fei was holding the map, he was still depressed to discover that he was lost after he passed through the swamp. To get lost with a map in hand, Yi Fei was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That's impossible. I clearly follow the map. How could I get lost? Could it be that old fellow Qing Mu deliberately used a fake map to make fun of me? After thinking for a moment, Yi Fei felt that this was unlikely. If it was Yu Zhijiang, he might have done something like this. However, Venerable Qing Mu was the type of person who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He shouldn't have played such tricks. Chapter 12, 87. There was a big problem. Yi Fei quickly retreated from the forest. Then, he opened his Eye of Thunder Punishment and carefully observed the forest. His Eye of Thunder Punishment was also a kind of ultimate technique. However, compared to the powerful ultimate techniques of the 4 sacred courtyards and the Dark Azura Hall, the Eye of Thunder Punishment could only be considered a supplementary ultimate technique. However, if the Eye of Thunder Punishment was used well, it could allow Yi Fei to discover many flaws that he would not have been able to see with his naked eye. There is killing qi. After retreating from the forest, Yi Fei looked ahead. He could already faintly see a killing qi coming from the eastern corner of the forest. He did not see it with his own eyes. Instead, the Eye of Thunder Punishment allowed Yi Fei to sense it directly. Discovering danger makes things much easier. I just don't know if the source of this killing qi is a demonic beast in the forest or a holy son who is unwilling to give up and wants to plot against me. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He did not immediately charge towards the place where the killing qi was coming from. Instead, he repeatedly checked to make sure that there was no killing qi in other directions. Then, He picked up a rock and quickly threw it towards the only flaw that the Eye of Thunder Punishment had discovered, which was the source of the killing chi. Bang! What Yi Fei threw out was a rock. However, with his powerful quintessence, the might of this rock still shattered the trees in that part of the forest. Then, another huge black shadow jumped out from behind an ancient tree in a rage. It's that martial monarch, demonic ape. Yi Fei looked at the demonic ape in astonishment. He still remembered that when he first entered the Whitebone Wasteland, he had no choice but to expose his whereabouts when he ran into this demonic ape. That was how Venerable Qing Mu and Yu Zhijiang pulled him into the Dark Azura Hall. However, why would the demonic ape, which was supposed to be roaming the Whitebone Wasteland, suddenly appear in the ancestral dragon abyss? Yi Fei was somewhat puzzled. Roar! However, the devil ape didn't give him any time to wonder. When it realized that it had been discovered by Yi Fei, the devil ape, who had been lying in ambush, immediately grabbed the huge ancient tree behind it and pulled with both hands. The huge ancient tree was uprooted by the devil ape and thrown at Yi Fei. Yi Fei leaped into the air and easily dodged the falling tree. Since he had identified the enemy, he didn't think too much about it. He just had to deal with it directly. After all, if he was also a 9th level martial saint, he could even fight those 7 levels higher than him. Not to mention an early-stage martial monarch, demonic ape. Even if he encountered a late-stage martial monarch, demonic beast emperor, he would still have the confidence to fight against it. Of course, this kind of confidence only applied to ordinary martial monarchs who couldn't fight those with higher levels. For a powerful martial emperor like Venerable Qing Mu, even if he had the strength of 7 levels higher, Yi Fei was not sure if he could defeat him. Bang! Realizing that the ancient tree couldn't hit Yi Fei, the demonic ape became even more furious. It suddenly grabbed the ground with both hands and pulled out a huge mountain from the ground. This was truly pulling out a mountain. Without an incomparably strong physical body, it was absolutely impossible to do so. Die! Facing the ancient tree, Yi Fei could easily dodge it. However, facing the huge mountain, he didn't have the confidence to do so. He could only attack and use the life and death fist. With a punch, he shattered the mountain that was coming at him. Then his whole body turned into a black lightning, and with his fastest speed, he threw a punch at the demonic ape's head. Yi Fei wanted to kill the demonic ape with a single punch and end the battle. However, the demonic ape's reaction was beyond Yi Fei's expectation. Before his punch landed, the demonic ape roared loudly. All the hairs on its body stood up like steel needles. Its whole body was like a cannonball, crashing into Yi Fei. Yi Fei was immediately shocked. Although his physical body was strong, he didn't want to collide with the demonic ape that had turned into a hedgehog. 100 miles in an instant. Yi Fei understood that the demonic ape wasn't an ordinary early-stage martial king. It was a powerful, mutated beast. Of course, he wouldn't fight with the demonic ape in the forest. Instead, he took a step back and completely retreated from the forest. He wanted to fight the demonic ape in the open space outside the forest. This will prevent the demonic ape from using the forest terrain to throw things at me. Void Sword Flame. As Yi Fei retreated, he released the power of his primordial spirit. He condensed the void and spat out boundless sword flame. The blazing sword flame lit up the forest and smashed into the demonic ape that was chasing after him. Roar! The demonic ape didn't dodge. It pounded its chest and let out a furious roar. A formless chi flowed out from its body and formed a strange chi aura. It actually repelled the sword flame that filled the sky. Then, the demonic ape casually slapped the ground. The entire ground suddenly shook. Countless earth mountains rose from the ground and formed a giant earth palm that slapped down fiercely. Yi Fei was shocked. He said to himself in surprise, "Giant earth palm, isn't this Venerable Qing Mu's martial technique?" Back in the Whitebone Wilderness, Yi Fei had seen Venerable Qing Mu use this palm to force the demonic ape to retreat. How long had it been? Even if the demonic ape was an emperor among the demonic beasts, it couldn't have secretly learned Venerable Qing Mu's martial technique after seeing it once. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this forest and the demonic ape. There must be something wrong. There must be something that I overlooked. Yi Fei rushed up to the sky without hesitation. He touched his space bell, and the devouring soul sword appeared in his hand. Then, Yi Fei slashed out with his sword. A torrential sword river suppressed the ground and shattered the demonic ape's giant earth palm. He also took advantage of the gap between the demonic ape's attack. Yi Fei attacked again. This time, it was the Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Rumble. The giant Taiji sword diagram filled the sky and turned into two millstones, one black and one white, that slammed down on the demonic ape. He didn't believe that the demonic ape at the beginner stage of the martial king realm could withstand the attack of the Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Roar! In the face of Yi Fei's strongest attack, the devil ape still didn't dodge. It even opened its mouth and swallowed the sun and moon like a whale. The devil ape's huge mouth formed a terrifying black hole. It was like a taut eye that swallowed the entire Taiji sword diagram in one gulp. Explode! Yi Fei shouted coldly. How could his sword chi be so easily swallowed? When the demonic ape swallowed the Taiji Yin-Yang sword diagram, he reversed the Yin-Yang sword and made it explode. He tried to destroy the demonic ape's life from the inside. Roar! 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 When the demonic ape swallowed the Taiji Yin-Yang sword, Yi Fei clearly felt the Yin-Yang sword explode in the demonic ape's body. However, the demonic ape was completely fine. Its internal organs were like iron walls that were not affected by the explosion of the sword chi. How is this possible? The demonic ape swallowed the sword chi and remained unharmed. If it's so powerful, why was it scared off by Venerable Qing Mu in the Whitebone Wilderness? There's something wrong. There's definitely something wrong with the demonic ape. Eye of Thunder Punishment open. Chapter 1288. Housekeeping Xiao Qiao. There's definitely something wrong with this demonic ape. Eye of Lightning Punishment open for me. After discovering how powerful this demonic ape was, Yi Fei didn't dare to be careless. Once again, Yi Fei activated the 100-kilometer instant. As he retreated, he quickly opened his Eye of Thunder Punishment. The purple vertical eye on his forehead formed a bolt of lightning and quickly swept a glance at the devil ape. This glance shocked Yi Fei once again. No flaws? How can there be no flaws? Everyone, including martial emperors, would have some kind of flaw. The Eye of Thunder Punishment was a unique skill that could discover these flaws and win. Now, it was just a monster ape in the early stage of the martial emperor realm, but it didn't have any flaws. Either the monster ape was so strong that Yi Fei couldn't find any flaws, or the monster in front of him wasn't the monster ape at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Not only did the demon ape from the Whitebone Wasteland run to the ancestral dragon abyss, but also turned from an ordinary martial emperor to a powerful martial emperor without any flaws. Since my Eye of Thunder Punishment can't do anything, then I can only use Xiao Qiao's Eye of Heaven and Earth. Xiao Qiao, let's get to work. Yi Fei roared. Hearing that they had to work again, Xiao Qiao, who was eating immortal crystals, naturally pouted and angrily opened her spiritual Eye of Heaven and Earth. She wanted to see what was so strange about this demonic ape. Boom! Another huge palm of earth was quickly pushed towards Yi Fei. It was unknown when the devil ape had pulled out a towering ancient tree and used it as an iron rod. It stirred up a terrifying hurricane in the air. Fist of life and death. Yi Fei's expression was heavy. Seeing that the Taiji sword shard had been swallowed by the demonic ape, he decisively changed his battle strategy. Since his martial arts were useless, he would use his physical body to clash head-on with the demonic ape. He wanted to see who was stronger. Rumble. The terrifying fist radiance caused the void to tremble. Like a black meteor, the fist smashed towards the devil ape's head. Yi Fei was confident that his fist would not only shatter the ancient tree, but would also severely injure the devil ape if it hit it. After all, Yi Fei's battle demon path had already reached the 7th level. Thus, his physical body's defense was comparable to a pseudo-thearch weapon. Due to the strength of his physical body, Yi Fei's entire body was like a solid pseudo-thearch weapon. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the giant earth palm and the towering ancient tree that the devil ape smashed over were unable to withstand Yi Fei's terrifying fist aura. His fist smashed through everything and mercilessly smashed towards the devil ape. It was also at this time that Xiao Qiao seemed to have discovered something. She opened her eyes in surprise. Yi! Xiao Qiao gestured continuously, his little face full of anger and anxiety. Yi Fei was even more shocked. Xiao Qiao, what did you say? The demonic ape in front of us is fake? It's actually an illusion? Yi Fei immediately stopped in his tracks. After recovering from his shock, he immediately understood why the devil ape of the White Bone Wilderness would appear in the ancestral dragon abyss. Why was he unable to walk out of the forest in front of him and even lost his way with the map? So this is all an illusion. No wonder the devil ape swallowed my Taiji Yin-Yang sword in one gulp. Since it's an illusion, it naturally can't be injured. He just didn't know if the one who created this illusion was a demonic beast or a human. If it was a demonic beast or a demonic beast, then it would be fine. If it was a human, then it meant that this was very likely another death trap. Retreat. Without hesitation. The moment he realized that this was an illusion, Yi Fei quickly retreated, wanting to get as far away from this forest as possible. Roar! In the forest, as if realizing that the illusion had been seen through, a strange beastly roar was immediately heard. The devil ape that was chasing after Yi Fei had a strange and eerie smile on its face. Then, the devil ape in front of them turned into a dragon turtle. Then, with a speed that was even faster than Yi Fei's, it charged right in front of Yi Fei. A huge dragon claw with a terrifying sharpness slammed down on Yi Fei's body. Roar? In the beast-marked space, the dragon turtle was already stunned. Yi Fei was also shocked. Then his eyes narrowed. It's just an illusion. Did it really think that I would fall for it? Since the devil ape is an illusion, then this dragon claw must be an illusion as well. Bam! Yi Fei decided to ignore the dragon turtle in front of him and continued to retreat. The huge dragon claw took the opportunity to slash Yi Fei's body. Poof! The dragon claw had already torn a deep gash in Yi Fei's lower abdomen. Blood spurted out, and the dragon claw was just a little bit away from ripping out his internal organs. The intense pain made Yi Fei groan. His heart was filled with shock. How could this be? Shouldn't everything in front of me be an illusion? Since it's an illusion, why would I be injured by it? Could it be? Yi Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the demonic beast that was hiding in the dark had already cultivated the art of illusion to the highest level. It was at the level of turning illusion into reality. In front of him, the dragon turtle wasn't just an illusion. It was also the most realistic attack. After understanding this, Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. I was too careless. To be able to turn illusion into reality, the demonic beast hiding in the dark is definitely not simple. Now that I don't have my domain and ultimacy suppressed, if I were to fight alone, I might be killed by this demonic beast. Fortunately, while others had their own Dharma treasures, he also had his own Xiao Qiao. After knowing that it wasn't a human that was targeting him, but some kind of powerful demonic beast, Yi Fei released Xiao Qiao without hesitation. Roar! Roar! As expected, as soon as Xiao Qiao appeared, the dragon tortoise and the entire forest began to shake violently. That was because the magical beasts in the dark couldn't hide their excitement. As a result, the illusion became unstable and collapsed with a loud bang. The dragon turtle and forest in front of them no longer existed. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao suddenly appeared on a piece of black land. Opposite them, 10 masked saints were staring at Xiao Qiao with thirst in their eyes. I'll eat you. I'll definitely eat you. Squeak. Xiao Qiao was at a loss. She had only used her vine whip to attack demonic beasts. She wasn't confident that she could deal with humans. Yi Fei quickly comforted her. Xiao Qiao, don't panic. Don't worry about these illusions. Focus on sensing the source of the spiritual energy. Using illusion techniques also required spiritual energy. No matter how deeply the demonic beast hid, as long as it released its spiritual energy, it wouldn't be able to escape Xiao Qiao's senses. Yi Fei's words immediately made Xiao Qiao's eyes brighten. She closed her eyes and suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Purple gold Tai Chi, let's go. Yi Fei roared. Suddenly, he hugged Xiao Qiao and activated the 100 instant flash. He quickly rushed in the direction Xiao Qiao pointed. The illusions of the 10 holy scions all roared furiously and quickly used all sorts of martial techniques to attack Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei was not worried. The strongest aspect of the Taiji was defense. The purple gold Taiji formed from the power of despair was even more impenetrable and undefeatable. Rumble. Chapter 1289. Phantom Beast Boom. Xiao Qiao swung her vine whip with great force. The seemingly soft vine whip was actually as sharp as a knife. It actually split the mountain peak in front of her into pieces. Yi Fei finally understood why those vicious beasts in the past would suffer so much when they were whipped by Xiao Qiao's vine whip. It seems that the vine whip can not only absorb energy, but it's also quite powerful. Yi Fei curiously looked at Xiao Qiao's vine whip and then looked at the shattered mountain peak with a strange expression. There was nothing inside. Could it be that Xiao Qiao sensed wrongly? Xiao Qiao felt that she had been underestimated by the hidden demonic beast. She was so angry that her little face turned red like an apple. She held her vine whip and jumped down from Yi Fei's body. Then, she strode towards the shattered mountain peak. She didn't look like she was in a battle at all. Instead, she looked like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Yi Fei laughed bitterly and hurriedly followed her. But just as he separated from Xiao Qiao, there was a loud boom. An invisible barrier was erected in front of Yi Fei, completely blocking him outside. Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Even though he had used all his strength to smash the invisible barrier, the moment he made his move, the shattered mountain peak suddenly closed up and turned into a tall, strange demonic beast whose body shone with a luster of black gems. Yi Fei's heart suddenly thumped when he saw that demonic beast. He recognized that demonic beast. It was actually exactly the same as the legendary treasure beasts. A normal treasure beast only had a strong defense. However, this treasure beast in front of him not only had a strong defense, it could actually withstand Xiao Cao's whip without being injured. At the same time, it could also release a terrifying illusory technique. This was no longer a treasure beast. It was clearly a terrifying and cunning illusory beast. First, it deliberately took Xiao Cao's whip to mislead us into thinking that its true body wasn't here. Then, it took the opportunity to separate Xiao Qiao and me so that it could attack Xiao Qiao alone. Not good. Xiao Qiao might be in danger. Yi Fei's face was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to rush to Xiao Qiao's side as soon as he broke the barrier. Faced with Yi Fei's actions, the phantom beast that had revealed its true body flashed a strong sense of mockery and complacency. It had also deliberately waited for Yi Fei to react before it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Xiao Qiao. Obviously, this phantom beast knew how to manipulate people's minds. It wanted to first eat Xiao Qiao in front of Yi Fei. Then, when Yi Fei lost control and went crazy, it could use an even stronger illusion to affect Yi Fei's mind. It could easily make Yi Fei fall into the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Realizing how cunning this phantom beast was, Yi Fei's eyes turned red. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Qiao, run! Run? It's too late. I want to eat this spiritual item in front of you. I can feel that after eating it, I can definitely break through to Quasi-Emperor." Roar! The phantom beast's strong and bloody spiritual consciousness sounded in his mind. Then it jumped high into the air and opened its bloody mouth. It was almost touching Xiao Qiao's body. Dragon Turtle attack. At this moment, Yi Fei who was originally devastated, suddenly roared again. Then, the dragon turtle roared. With a whoosh, the palm-sized crystal turtle had grown to the size of a mountain at lightning speed. Bang! In the next moment, the two mountain-sized bodies collided with each other like two shooting stars. Relying on the advantage of its shell, the dragon turtle was able to withstand the impact of the phantom beast's martial emperor realm cultivation. When it realized that it had been blocked, the phantom beast flew into a rage. It waved its huge hooves and was about to use the advantage of its cultivation to crush the little dragon turtle that dared to block it into powder. Xiao Qiao, attack with all your might. Yi Fei broke the last invisible barrier and rushed over from afar. The vine whip in Xiao Qiao's hand quickly spread out. From one vine whip, it quickly turned into 10. Then, they twisted together to form a huge, terrifying hemp rope-like whip. Then, they smashed the phantom beast's body with all their might. The phantom beast, which was in the middle of its second attack, trembled violently and let out a shrill cry. Xiao Qiao's 10 vine whips formed a thick root that firmly took root in the phantom beast's body. With just one round of energy absorption, the phantom beast cultivation dropped from martial emperor realm to half-emperor realm. No, this is impossible. She is not a little girl. She is a demoness. I will not let you off. Just you wait. Roar. The phantom beast roared angrily. The black gem-like body on its huge body suddenly shattered. Then, an even brighter gem-like phantom beast rushed out. It turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. It was already afraid of Xiao Qiao, especially Xiao Qiao's vine whip. Even a phantom beast was frightened and fled. When Xiao Qiao saw that there was a small gem-like monster hidden inside the big monster's body, her eyes suddenly burst into sparkling little stars. It couldn't be helped. Xiao Qiao always had a strong interest in sparkling things. For example, a certain dragon turtle fell into Xiao Cao's hands because it became cute after it turned small. This time was no exception. Seeing the phantom beast rise into the sky, Xiao Qiao suddenly waved his small hand. A 7-colored spiritual wind suddenly appeared in the sky and turned into a 7-colored ancient tree in the void. The ancient tree followed Xiao Qiao's movements. Its huge branches pierced through the layers of the void and fiercely whipped the phantom beast's body. No! The phantom beast screamed in terror. Its entire gem-like body burst out with an unprecedented bright light. However, under the sweep of the ancient tree's branches, all the light in the sky was shattered. At the same time, the body of the phantom beast was shattered. Bang! With the death of the phantom beast, the surrounding forest, the holy sun's phantoms, and the strange stone puppets that collided with the dragon turtle all disappeared. At this moment, Yi Fei saw clearly that he was still in the swamp. He had not passed through it. There was no forest in front of him, only a bare mountain range. Whether it was the holy sun's phantoms or the monster that wrestled with the dragon turtle, they were all lifelike mountain rocks. What a strange mountain rock! What a strange phantom beast! No wonder this place is called the Forbidden Area of Martial Emperors. If it were not for Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei would not have been able to deal with this phantom beast. Even if he was not killed, he could only retreat in embarrassment. Xiao Qiao, well done. Yi Fei rubbed Xiao Qiao's head and praised her. Then he asked curiously, by the way, what you just summoned was the tree of heaven, right? Xiao Qiao nodded, but she was a little depressed. Yi Fei certainly knew why Xiao Qiao was depressed. After all, this was Xiao Qiao's first time killing. Perhaps even Xiao Qiao did not expect that the tree of heaven's branches that she summoned would kill the phantom beast in an instant. You have to experience everything for the first time. This time, it was not your fault. We did not kill the phantom beast. This phantom beast is very cunning. It will definitely tell the quasi-emperor demonic beasts about your existence. At that time, we will be in danger. Xiao Qiao, you killed a bad guy, an evil beast. You are protecting yourself and us, Yi Fei said seriously. Chapter 1290. Soul essence, right? I almost forgot. Illusory beasts look the same as treasure beasts. Who knows? It might have a treasure similar to the heart of a treasure beast within its body. Yifei suddenly thought of something. The heart of a treasure beast could unconditionally raise a martial practitioner's cultivation by a level. In that case, would an illusory beast that was even more powerful than a treasure beast be able to raise his strength by another level? Thinking of this, Yifei's heart burned with passion. If I can use the heart of a treasure beast to raise my cultivation to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, I won't have to wait for half a year. I'll return to the Dark Azura Hall and settle the score with those holy sons and the blood ancestor. Dragon Turtle, what are you doing? Yifei finally realized that something was wrong. The dragon turtle had actually dug out a strange heart that resembled a black gem from the shattered body of the illusory beast while he was enlightening Xiao Qiao. There was no mistake about it. It was definitely the heart of a treasure beast, just that the color was different. Obviously, the dragon turtle also knew that this was something good. When it dug it out, it wanted to secretly hide it. Fortunately, Yifei still had his eye of thunder punishment open and discovered the dragon turtle's little actions. Yifei and Xiao Qiao's expressions were very unfriendly. Yifei hurriedly rushed over and took the heart of the treasure beast into his hands, saving himself from being eaten by the dragon turtle. Xiao Qiao also walked out and questioned the dragon turtle while babbling. Xiao Qiao had a very angry expression on her face. The dragon turtle shook its tail vigorously and continuously roared at Xiao Qiao in a fawning manner. It refused to admit that the rapidly decreasing immortal crystals in the beastmark space had been secretly eaten by it. Xiao Qiao was still very doubtful. Even if she had eaten more recently, with so many immortal crystals, it couldn't have decreased so quickly. After successfully snatching the heart of a treasure beast from the dragon turtle's mouth, Yifei still didn't dare to refine it. Is this thing really the heart of a treasure beast? Why do I feel a strong demonic qi? Will there be any problems after eating it? Yifei was a little hesitant. Should he throw it away or absorb it? Hearing Yifei's disdain, the dragon turtle didn't say another word. It stretched out its black mouth and took a bite out of the treasure beast's heart. Then, it immediately foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Xiao Qiao stared at all of this with her mouth agape. There was no doubt that the dragon turtle must have stolen a lot of her rapidly decreasing immortal crystals. Yifei did not expect the dragon tortoise to be so shameless. He only disliked it and did not say that he did not want it. In the end, he did not pay attention and was attacked by the dragon tortoise. But luckily, I didn't eat it. Otherwise, I would be the one foaming at the mouth. You deserve it. This is what you get for having a bad mouth. Yifei looked at the dragon turtle with a dark expression. Xiao Qiao's expression was also very unfriendly. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle roared weakly and begged. The white foam in its mouth increased, and it twitched from time to time. Obviously, it was greatly tortured by the demonic qi in the treasure beast's heart. Xiao Qiao's heart softened, and she could not help but look at Yifei. Yifei sighed and cursed under his breath. This stupid turtle has a bad mouth. But at a critical moment, it is still very useful. It's a pity that the treasure beast's heart is gone. If I could, I would throw it out and feed it to the dogs. He squatted down, and just as his hand touched the dragon turtle's shell, the dormant black lotus in his body suddenly spun wildly again. It even formed a whirlpool and crazily absorbed the demonic qi in the dragon turtle's body. Oh no, I forgot about the black lotus in my body. Yifei was so frightened that his face turned pale. It was not easy for him to get rid of the demonic qi in the black lotus. What if the black lotus developed demonic qi again after absorbing the demonic qi? The most terrifying thing was that he could not use his domain and ultimacy in the ancestral dragon abyss. Once the demonic qi erupted, he could not use the golden body of the heavenly dragon to suppress it. Stupid turtle, this time I'm in deep trouble because of you. Yifei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, after seeing the dragon turtle gradually stop foaming at the mouth after absorbing the demonic qi, He could not just stand by and watch it die. Helpless, Yifei could only be on tenterhooks and let the Black Lotus absorb the demonic qi. He made up his mind that if the situation went wrong, he would immediately cut off the connection between the Black Lotus and the demonic qi, even if he had to disregard the Black Lotus's life. Fortunately, the dragon turtle did not swallow much of the treasure beast's heart. After about an hour, the Black Lotus had finished absorbing the demonic qi. The dragon turtle also snorted comfortably. The demonic qi in its body had increased by a lot. Yifei and Xiao Chao's faces turned even darker. The dragon turtle had taken advantage of them again. Xiao Chao had already taken out his vine whip and was ready to teach the dragon turtle a lesson for its bad habit of having a bad mouth. The dragon turtle was also very alert. It immediately shook its steel tail crazily and made a fawning look. It also roared at Xiao Chao a few times, taking advantage of Xiao Chao's hesitation. The dragon turtle nimbly got up from the ground and quickly rushed to the dead mirage beast's side. It sniffed with all its might. Yifei was in a daze. He felt as if he had seen a dog and not a turtle. He could not help but ask curiously, "Xiao Chao, what is the dragon turtle doing?" Squeak, squeak. Xiao Chao was a little hesitant. However, he still told Yifei that the dragon turtle seemed to be able to find the nest of the mirage beast through smell. Yifei was a little surprised by this. However, when he thought that there might be a spirit vein in the nest of the demonic beast, he let the dragon turtle do whatever it wanted. Perhaps the dragon turtle knew that its bad mouth was not very good this time, so it put in a lot of effort. It surrounded the corpse of the mirage beast and sniffed for a while. The dragon turtle turned its head and led the way in front, wagging its tail continuously. Yifei was speechless when he saw this. Dragon turtle, this is the nest of the mirage beast. There's nothing special about it. Yifei entered a cave that reeked of blood. There were corpses everywhere. There were corpses of demonic beasts, but more of them were of cultivators. The corpses of martial sages and martial emperors were everywhere. Yifei was secretly shocked when he saw this. The mirage beast had entrenched itself in the swamp and had actually killed so many cultivators. Many of them were the remains of martial emperors. The remains of martial emperors? Suddenly, Yifei thought of the group of bone demons he encountered in the swamp. He saw a large number of martial emperors' remains in the cave of the mirage beast. Could it be that those bone demons were created by the mirage beast? It killed the martial emperors and used their corpses to turn them into bone demons. Then, it used the bone demons to attract more martial emperors. Then, it used illusions to kill them and increase its strength. The more Yifei thought about it, the more shocked he became. He did not know about other demonic beasts, but with the intelligence and cunning of that mirage beast, it was possible that it had set up such a trap. Roar! Roar! The dragon turtle was very proactive this time. Not only did it take the initiative to lead the way, it also took the initiative to search for treasures in the cave. It was rare that it did not use its mouth. This made it impossible for Yifei and Xiao Chao to find an excuse to teach it a lesson. Soon after, Yifei's attention was attracted by a few white bone pearls that the dragon turtle picked up with its mouth. These bone pearls were very similar to Buddhist relics. However, they were different. They did not store mental energy. Instead, they contain a more unique aura. This is the aura of profound meanings. These are the bone demons' soul essences. They contain the profound meanings that the martial emperors comprehended when they were alive. Yifei sensed for a while, and an excited expression suddenly appeared on his face. If these were really soul essences that contained profound meanings, then his encounter with the mirage beast this time was a great harvest. Chapter 1291. Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Profound Meaning of Earth. When Yifei felt the heavy aura in the bone pearl, he immediately thought of the mountain profound meaning that Zhou Bai had released in the True Martial Sacred Institute. Although the aura in this bone pearl was not as heavy as the mountain profound meaning, it was very similar to the mountain profound meaning. That was why he could determine that this soul essence contained the earth's profound meaning. Then Yifei picked up another soul essence and carefully sensed it. This time, his spiritual consciousness was not repelled. Instead, it felt like it had fallen into water. Profound meaning of water. Profound meaning of fire. Profound meaning of metal. Profound meaning of wood. In addition to the profound meaning of earth in the first soul essence, Yifei was surprised to find that he was lucky enough to gather the 5 elements' profound meaning among the dozens of soul essences that the dragon turtle had found. Although the 5 elements' profound meaning is the most ordinary profound meaning among all profound meanings, if I use the 5 elements' profound meaning as a foundation, I can also evolve a stronger 5 elements domain. Of course, Yifei already had the Tai Chi domain. Of course, he would not be interested in the 5 elements domain evolved from the most ordinary profound meaning. He still decided to merge the 5 elements profound meaning into the Tai Chi domain. Strictly speaking, Tai Chi uses yin and yang and the 5 elements as a foundation to evolve to the extreme. Now that I have perfected the 5 elements profound meaning, it should have a certain amplification effect on the Tai Chi domain. Yifei was somewhat excited. Ever since he knew that the more profound meanings he had, the stronger his domain would be. He had long wanted to find some martial arts related to the 5 elements and try to comprehend the 5 elements' profound meaning. This was because the 5 elements' profound meaning was the easiest to cultivate. Many ordinary martial monarchs comprehended one or a few of the 5 elements' profound meanings. The stronger ones were the saber and sword profound meanings, the spear and arrow profound meanings, and other weapon profound meanings. The stronger ones were the space-splitting profound meanings, the blood-burning profound meanings, and other special profound meanings. However, these profound meanings were not only difficult to cultivate, but they were also more time-consuming. Therefore, most of the heavenly princes and holy princes of the 4 holy academies would prioritize the 5 elemental profundities and other simple profundities to increase the number of profundities they had. Right now, I have the Tai Chi profound, the sword profound, the fist profound, and the 8 heavenly dragon profound. Altogether, I have 11 profound. Including the basic 5 elements profound, I have 16 profound. This way, even among the holy sons of the 4 sacred academies, the profoundness that I have comprehended will be ranked at the top. However, Yifei was not arrogant. After all, some of the top geniuses in the martial sage realm already possessed a complete realm. Compared to those geniuses, I only have 16 profound meanings after such a long time. It's really too little. Unfortunately, although there are a lot of soul essences here, they're all repeated profound meanings of the 5 elements. In other words, those who were killed by the phantom beasts were the most ordinary martial emperors. Yifei had no choice but to collect the essence of power Upanishad. He planned to bring them back as gifts. These essence of power Upanishad were useless to him. However, to Xiajun and the rest, they were priceless treasures. Dragon Turtle, well done. Seeing that you did not cheat me this time, tell me, what do you want? Yifei said with satisfaction. The Dragon Turtle had been waiting for this sentence. It did not say anything and only stared at Yifei with a resentful gaze. That gaze made Yifei's hair stand on end. After being put in a difficult position for a while, Yifei speechlessly threw the last half of the heart to the Dragon Turtle. After all, this thing contained demonic chi. Yifei did not dare to casually absorb it. Since the Dragon Turtle was not afraid of death, he would just treat it as feeding it to the dogs. Roar, roar. Yifei despised the heart of the treasure beast that was tainted with demonic chi, but the Dragon Turtle did not. It held the other half of the heart in its mouth and slowly gnawed on it like a dog gnawing on a bone. Of course, the Dragon Turtle was very careful this time. However, after biting off a piece, the Dragon Turtle's eyes rolled back. It was directly knocked to the ground by the demonic chi. It foamed at the mouth and twitched. Xiao Chao looked at Yifei eagerly. Yifei was immediately depressed. He understood that the Dragon Turtle knew that he could absorb the demonic chi. That was why it started to eat greedily again. What else could he say? He could only walk over and carefully activate the Black Lotus to absorb the demonic chi that had invaded the dragon turtle's body. Without the demonic chi, the dragon turtle immediately became lively again. Its demonic chi soared into the sky. Faintly, its turtle shell began to emit a treasure light. Xiao Chao's eyes were wide open. He hugged the dragon turtle and refused to let go. In the next few days, Yi Fei did not plan to leave the cave. Instead, he stayed in the cave to refine the 5 elements' profundity. The dragon turtle also successfully completed the martial truth realm with the help of the demonized treasure beast's heart. At this time, the dragon turtle's realm did not increase. It was still at the martial saint 10th level. However, the dragon turtle's aura was already more terrifying than many demonic beasts of the half-martial emperor realm. Only Xiao Chao was still the same. There were no signs of growth. Yi Fei and the dragon turtle were very confused about this. At this time, Xiao Chao suddenly sensed something. He suddenly grabbed the dragon turtle's tail and hurriedly ran into the beast mark space. Someone is coming. There's also the aura of a martial emperor. Could it be the 10 great saints and the blood ancestor have caught up? A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He knew that since the blood ancestor had joined forces with the saints to target him, even if Venerable Green would stop them, there would definitely be people who were unwilling to give up and secretly lurked in the ancestral dragon abyss to plot against him. Coincidentally, he had also obtained the 5 elements' profundity. His strength had increased. Even if the 10 great saints joined forces to attack him again, he would not be afraid. If you can't beat them, just run. If you run into someone who is alone, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Fei slowly retracted his soul. He did not leave. Instead, he stood outside the cave and waited for the saints to take the initiative to come over. Soon, above the swamp, not far away, a figure covered in blood rushed over. Yi Fei recognized the figure as one of the saints who had once attacked him. Behind the Holy Sun was not the blood ancestor, but an unfamiliar martial king. The martial king was very strong, and he held a moon-shaped weapon in his hand. Every once in a while, the moon-shaped weapon would slash out a terrifying blade chi that cut through the void. It's the fate wheel of the legalists. This person is actually a martial emperor of the legalists. Yi Fei was shocked. He had never dreamed that a martial emperor of the legalists would appear in the ancestral dragon abyss. His voice was very soft, but it still attracted the attention of the fleeing saint. He looked at Yi Fei, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, in shock. He said in shock, "How can this be? This should be the territory of some powerful demonic beast. How can he be here? Could it be?" The shock only lasted for a moment. The saint suddenly became ecstatic. He sped up and rushed toward Yi Fei. He even shouted with all his might, "Senior Yi Fei, save me, save me." Chapter 1292. Battle with the Martial Emperor. I, Zhang Hao, am not fated to die today. I originally wanted to use the illusion beast here to stop the legalist Martial Emperor, but I didn't expect to run into that trashy Fei. From the looks of it, he even killed the illusion beasts. Damn it, if this continues, are we, the Holy Sons, really going to be trampled on by trash? Zhang Hao felt very uncomfortable. Warriors with special bloodlines were destined to be geniuses the moment they were born. But in the Sanluo Temple, these geniuses could be surpassed by an ordinary person with a trash body. Zhang Hao was very dissatisfied and looked down on ordinary warriors like Yi Fei the most. Therefore, when the blood ancestor joined forces with the other Holy Sons to deal with Yi Fei, Zhang Hao was definitely the main force. When the other Holy Sons were afraid of Venerable Qing Mu and had all returned to the Sanluo Temple, Zhang Hao chose to take advantage of his familiarity with the ancestral dragon abyss and decided to take the risk to stay. Perhaps he could take advantage of the opportunity to kill Yi Fei. But what made Zhang Hao depressed was that after wandering around the ancestral dragon abyss, he couldn't find Yi Fei. Instead, He ran into the legalist martial emperor who had snuck in. After a battle, Zhang Hao, who couldn't release his domain, was almost killed by the legalist fate wheel. He had no choice but to flee. He was indeed very familiar with the distribution of monsters in the ancestral dragon abyss. He clearly remembered that there was a very powerful demonic beast here that specialized in illusions and had killed several ordinary martial emperors of the Sinluo Temple. So, Zhang Hao used the last of his strength to take the risk and lure the legalist martial emperor here. But what made Zhang Hao furious and jealous was that Yi Fei had actually walked out of the demonic beast's lair. His intense jealousy immediately made Zhang Hao think of an extremely sinister idea. That was to use Yi Fei to stop the legalist martial emperor behind them. Perhaps he could use the martial emperor behind them to kill Yi Fei with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this idea, Zhang Hao immediately felt very pleased. The hope of survival made him use all his strength to madly charge towards Yi Fei. As he charged, he deliberately shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Yi Fei, you are the strongest among us. As long as you help me kill my pursuers, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and submit to you." Yi Fei, that kid is Yi Fei. The legalist martial emperor was about to catch up to Zhang Hao and kill him. However, when he heard Zhang Hao shout, he immediately looked past Zhang Hao and stared coldly at Yi Fei. He sneered, "It is indeed Yi Fei, the ant who ruined my school's plans. Damn, I really am unlucky." Yi Fei was very depressed. He understood that he had already been recognized by the legalist martial emperor, so fleeing was pointless. Besides, if he didn't say anything after being used like this, would these saints really think that he was a pushover? "All right, just you wait. I'll save you. Submit to me." Yi Fei shouted at Zhang Hao and immediately charged in his direction. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. He sneered, "Ha ha, you stupid pig. I, Zhang Hao, have a special bloodline and am a super genius. A piece of trash like you isn't even fit to carry my shoes." Oof. However, in order to make use of Yi Fei even more and achieve his goal of getting someone else to do his dirty work, Zhang Hao still shouted in an extremely grateful voice, "Senior apprentice brother, Yi Fei, you are my senior apprentice brother from now on. Everything I have, including my life, belongs to you." "Very good. Since your life belongs to me, I won't hold back. Kill." Whistling sword, chi soared into the sky. Yi Fei didn't hide his terrifying killing intent at all. He directly used the 100ly range and rushed in front of Zhang Hao in an instant. In the end, he was still a saint. Even though he wasn't the strongest, Zhang Hao still felt that something was wrong. Yi Fei's killing intent didn't seem to be directed at the martial emperor behind him, but at him. How could this be? It wasn't until Yi Fei's sword light slashed at his body that Zhang Hao suddenly reacted. His face was filled with immense rage. "Trash! I, Zhang Hao, am a saint. How dare you kill me? So what if I dare kill you?" Yi Fei sneered, completely ignoring Zhang Hao's struggles. The Taiji Yinyang sword had already shattered all of Zhang Hao's resistance. With a boom, it swept across Zhang Hao's throat. "You!" Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He had already been seriously injured by the legalist martial emperor. Now that he had suffered a fatal blow, his head suddenly flew off and fell into the damp swamp. Even in death, he hadn't expected that he would be killed by Yi Fei before he could even execute his plan of getting someone else to do his dirty work. "Demon, you are indeed a demon. Even fellow disciples of the same sect can kill each other. Yi Fei, not only are you devoid of conscience, but you are also extremely evil." The legalist martial emperor who was chasing after him was also badly frightened by Yi Fei's ruthlessness. Hearing this, Yi Fei was neither happy nor sad. He only smiled coldly. "So what if I'm a demon? This Zhang Hao has a special bloodline and looked down on my heaven-forsaken physique. I don't blame him. He joined forces with the blood ancestor and the other saints to kill me. I also don't blame him. However, he shouldn't have used my rescue to get someone else to do his dirty work. I can endure it once, twice, but I definitely won't endure it a third time. Zhang Hao deserved to die, so I killed him. What about you? You're a legalist martial emperor. What will you choose?" Will you become my enemy, or will you leave on your own? Yi Fei raised the spirit-devouring sword and pointed it forward. This action instantly infuriated the legalist martial emperor. He sneered, "What a demon! You betrayed the 4 sacred academies and killed your fellow disciples. Your crimes are unforgivable. Now, you even dare to provoke me. Your crimes are even more deserving of death. Kill." He didn't say much, seeing that Yi Fei was only a 9th-level martial saint and was a late-stage martial emperor himself. How could he let go of the chance to kill Yi Fei so easily? After learning that Yi Fei had refined Xiao Qiao, affecting the legalist martial ancestors' lifespan extension, everyone from the legalist martial emperor to the family head had already placed Yi Fei on their must-kill list. Whoever killed Yi Fei would be able to win the favor of the legalist martial emperor and the family head. How could this legalist martial emperor let go of such a rare opportunity? Only law exists in the heavens and earth. The huge fate wheel was raised high into the sky like a blazing sun. The legalist martial emperor grasped it tightly in his hand and smashed it mercilessly towards Yi Fei. The legalist martial emperor was very confident. Even without the profundities of his attack, he would definitely be able to heavily injure Yi Fei. For example, Zhang had been heavily injured by the legalist martial emperor's advantage in cultivation and bloodline despite being unable to use his domain. He had been forced to flee for his life. Deserving of death? Since reasoning is useless, I can only use my fists. Faced with the blazing fate wheel, Yi Fei did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He unleashed the life and death fist to the limit. He ferociously punched towards the incoming fate wheel. "You're courting death." The legalist martial emperor was infuriated. Yi Fei's actions were clearly looking down on his strength. Murderous intent spread out from his body. The incoming fate wheel suddenly trembled and terrifying ripples appeared. They were like waves in the deep sea, exploding in the air. Boom! Chapter 1293. The Pursuit Boom. Yi Fei's fist was filled with a golden demonic light, causing the light of the life and death fist to shine once more. The sharp fist light shattered the layers of ripples and then smashed heavily into the fate wheel of the legalist martial monarch. Relying on the strength of his physical body, his fist quickly sent the fate wheel, as well as the legalist martial monarch, flying away. Bang! However, Yi Fei's situation wasn't any better. He could only fight against ordinary late-stage martial monarchs. The legalist martial monarch in front of him not only had a powerful and special bloodline, but also clearly wasn't an ordinary late-stage martial monarch. It would be very difficult for Yi Fei to defeat this person. Even so, Yi Fei's actions still shocked the legalist martial monarch. A body comparable to a pseudo-emperor weapon? How is that possible? You're just an ordinary person, but your body is actually stronger than us martial monarchs. Is this the effect of refining a spiritual item of heaven and earth? What a waste of a treasure. The legalist martial monarch was furious. After all, the legalist martial monarch had used a huge amount of manpower and resources to capture Xiao Qiao and refine a spiritual pill that could prolong the life of a quasi-emperor. In the end, they had benefited an ordinary person. The legalist martial monarch couldn't tolerate this. Even if your body is an imperial weapon, the legalist martial monarch will still tear you to pieces. Kill. The legalist martial monarch wasn't willing to give up. The fate wheel in his hand became even larger, and a blazing blood-red light radiated from it. It was the blood wheel of destiny. Yi Fei had once seen Fa Wu Dao use it when he fought him. Its power was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, I'm no longer the same as I was in the past. Although this legalist martial monarch is strong, he can't use domains and profound meanings in the ancestral dragon abyss. His martial arts are also greatly reduced. Instead, a powerful physical body is the key to victory. Yi Fei had finally grasped his greatest advantage in the fight with the legalist martial monarch. Now, he wanted to magnify this advantage infinitely. It would be best if he could use the advantage of his physical body to kill the legalist martial monarch. This could be considered as avenging Xiao Chao. Kill. Take another punch from me. Yi Fei gave up on using martial arts. At this moment, he completely used his powerful physical body to attack the legalist martial monarch. When he punched out, the void trembled. This was the strength of Yi Fei's physical body. His punches and kicks were comparable to attacks from a pseudo-emperor weapon. Martial monarch, martial monarch. As martial monarch, the legalist martial monarch was monarch, martial monarch was physical martial monarch was monarch with monarch, monarch, martial monarch, monarch of monarch, martial monarch. The legalist martial emperor also understood this. Flames of fury immediately surged out of his body. The flames even ignited the blood wheel of destiny in his hand, forming a huge wheel of fire. He slammed it down viciously. Rumble. Although the legalist martial monarch's physical body wasn't as strong as Yi Fei's, he had an advantage that Yi Fei didn't have. The legalist martial monarch had a powerful special bloodline. He relied on this special bloodline to condense his fate wheel. It was an innately powerful special weapon. When the burning fate wheel collided with Yi Fei's fist, the space collapsed violently. However, this time, Yi Fei wasn't sent flying. Instead, when the fate wheel came crashing down, his entire body burned with a purple-gold light like a torch. Kill. Yi Fei's golden fist also burned with terrifying flames. He was like a human-shaped weapon as he wildly collided with the fate wheel. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches, 100 punches. In one breath, he actually resisted the legalist martial monarch's most powerful fate wheel for 100 moves. He fought to the death without retreating. Such a fierce battle had already filled the sky above them with terrifying cracks. The legalist martial monarch's fate wheel was densely covered in cracks as it continuously collided with Yi Fei. Oh no, this kid's physical body is too strong. If I fight him head-on, my fate might be destroyed. The more the legalist martial monarch fought, the more shocked and envious he became. Damn it! If this kid hadn't refined a spiritual item, how could a trash like him have such a strong physical body? Heaven and earth can't. Boom! Seeing that the fate blood wheel couldn't kill Yi Fei, the legalist martial monarch made up his mind. He simply burned his own bloodline. The burning fate wheel suddenly turned into a black wheel of light. It destroyed everything, ignored everything, and suddenly slashed at Yi Fei. Kill! Yi Fei didn't dodge at all. His entire body was resplendent, like an ancient war demon that had walked out of the battlefield. He was fearless and swept through everything. His fist was glowing with a strong life force and a strong aura of death, forming a unique fist of death that collided with the glowing wheel once again. Impossible, my fate wheel actually shattered? The legalist martial monarch screamed. The fate wheel in his hand finally couldn't withstand Yi Fei's terrifying physical strength. The cracked fate wheel suddenly shattered. The legalist martial monarch, who relied on his bloodline advantage, was also heavily injured. Yi Fei's war demon golden body also shattered. After all, he was facing a powerful late-stage martial monarch. In particular, the legalist martial monarch's final attack had even burned his bloodline. Its power was terrifying. When his fate wheel shattered, it finally cut open Yi Fei's flesh. Yi Fei's fist had already turned into a bloody mess. One could clearly see the broken white finger bones amidst the bloody mess. Sensing Yi Fei's miserable state, the legalist martial monarch was overjoyed, even though he was injured. He laughed wildly. Haha, Yi Fei, so what if your body is powerful? Your fists are destroyed now. Let's see what you'll use to continue fighting me. My fists are destroyed? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Are my fists destroyed or not? Kill. Yi Fei did not care about the injuries on his hands at all. With a thought, the undying sword spirit in his body instantly awakened. A large amount of undying energy appeared and started to heal the injuries on his body. His injured fists also recovered rapidly in the blink of an eye. Impossible, this is impossible. I burned my bloodline to destroy your fists. You actually healed them so easily. A smear of fear suddenly appeared in the legalist martial monarch's eyes. Even a late-stage martial monarch, the legalist martial monarch, felt the threat of death from Yi Fei's powerful body and terrifying regenerative abilities. After all, this was the ancestral dragon's abyss, where no profound meanings or domains could be used. Understanding how terrifying Yi Fei's body and regenerative abilities were, the legalist martial monarch completely lost his will to fight. Without another word, he turned and fled. Kill. Chapter 1294. Beast Chaos, this damned junior. If this wasn't the ancestral dragon abyss, and I could use my domain and profound meaning, I could kill you 10,000 times over with one hand. The legalist martial monarch was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fei's cultivation was clearly lower than his, and his bloodline was even weaker. However, due to the damned special environment of the ancestral dragon abyss, Yi Fei relied on his physical advantage to beat a late-stage martial monarch like him into fleeing. Not only did he flee, but Yi Fei actually chased after him as if he wanted to kill him. The legalist martial monarch couldn't tolerate this. Junior, follow me if you have the guts. The legalist will definitely take your life. The legalist martial monarch turned around and roared. He was a late-stage martial monarch after all. Perhaps his physical advantage wasn't as great as Yi Fei's, but he was still very confident in his speed. Are you trying to scare me? I can't use my domain in the ancestral dragon abyss. I don't care how many martial monarchs you have. I can kill as many as you come. Moreover, the ancestral dragon abyss was the Sanluo Temple's territory. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask the Sanluo Temple for help. Therefore, he was now fearless. I'll chase after the cornered enemy. I must kill this legalist martial monarch. I must also figure out the legalist goal in entering the ancestral dragon abyss. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. When he saw the legalist martial monarch speed up, he didn't hesitate. He used the 100ly instant and quickly chased after him. Boom! The whistling fist shook the void and turned into a golden meteor that smashed into the legalist martial monarch's back. The legalist martial monarch was furious. He suddenly turned around and threw out a pseudo-thearch artifact. Explode. The pseudo-thearch artifact exploded in the air. Under the martial monarch's control, its power was no weaker than an early-stage martial monarch's attack. Yi Fei didn't even look at it. He had already activated the purple gold Tai Chi and charged out of the center of the explosion. Seeing this, the legalist martial monarch, who had already lost a pseudo-emperor weapon, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only now did he realize how monstrous Yi Fei's defense was. The war demon golden body was already monstrous, but Yi Fei had an even more monstrous violet Tai Chi. No, I have to run. If this kid catches up to me, my reputation will be ruined. Bloodline, burn for me, roared the legalist martial monarch. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of special flames, allowing his speed to reach a terrifying level. With just a single step, he managed to open up a distance of several hundred miles. Only then did the legalist martial emperor let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly stopped burning his bloodline and cursed viciously. Yi Fei, I'll remember you. Once I leave the ancestral dragon's abyss, the first thing I'll do is hunt you down. I'll kill you until there's nowhere you can go. Roar. Suddenly, the dragon turtle's roar rang out in the legalist martial emperor's ears. Yi Fei's speed couldn't catch up to the legalist martial emperor who'd burned his bloodline, but he still had a trump card, the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle didn't have any other advantages. Its only advantage was that it could run extremely fast. Under Yi Fei's urging, the dragon turtle put in a lot of effort. It moved several hundred miles in one go and caught up to the legalist martial emperor. Kill. Yi Fei didn't hold back. He suddenly raised the soul-devouring sword and slashed out a huge Tai Chi sword diagram, quickly slashing at the legalist martial emperor. Junior, you've gone too far. The legalist martial emperor was both shocked and furious. It was as if Yi Fei had slapped him in the face. He was a mighty martial emperor, but his physical body was inferior to Yi Fei's, and his speed was inferior to a turtle's. Was there any justice in this? In his fury, the legalist martial emperor suddenly made up his mind. Knowing that he couldn't beat Yi Fei's physical body, the legalist martial emperor roared and ignited his bloodline once more. His speed reached a new limit. His entire body turned into a resplendent ball of light and rushed towards a direction in the abyss. Yi Fei, keep chasing if you have the guts. The legalist martial emperor roared furiously. Fine, I'll chase. Do you really think I'm that easy to scare? Blackie, let's speed up as well. Yi Fei said to the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle's speed immediately increased significantly. It went from 300 miles in one go to 500 miles in one go, although it still wasn't as fast as the legalist martial emperor who'd burned his bloodline. However, it was still able to keep up with the legalist martial emperor's tail, not giving him a chance to escape. Shameless Junior, shameless dragon turtle. Don't give me a chance, or I'll definitely kill you. The legalist martial emperor was furious. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he burned his bloodline furiously and charged into a huge mountain range in the abyss. That guy's crazy. Yi Fei watched the madly fleeing legalist martial emperor in shock. After all, there was a huge price to pay for burning one's bloodline. Even if the legalist martial emperor didn't die after burning his bloodline, his vitality would be greatly damaged. He might even be unable to break through for the rest of his life. Yi Fei immediately hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue chasing. Seeing how crazy the legalist martial emperor was, he had a vague feeling that there was some great danger in the mountain range ahead. Otherwise, the legalist martial emperor wouldn't have tried to charge through the mountain range without regard for his life. He instinctively ordered the dragon turtle to slow down. Boom! As the legalist martial emperor charged in, countless insects the size of buffaloes suddenly charged out of the nearby Black Mountain range. They formed a huge black net, trying to trap the legalist martial emperor. However, the legalist martial emperor was too fast. The burning of his bloodline turned him into a dazzling beam of light. At the critical moment, he charged out of the huge net. I've finally escaped. Yi Fei, you destroyed my fate wheel and forced me to burn half of my bloodline. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Just wait for the endless pursuit of my school of legalism. The legalist martial emperor's furious roar rang out from behind the Black Mountain range. Then his voice was drowned out by the buzzing of bees. Yi Fei saw that it wasn't a mountain range at all. Instead, it was a huge hive of ancient devil bees. This was also why the legalist martial emperor had madly burned his bloodline. Only with extreme speed could he break through the encirclement of the devil bees. The demon bees had been startled and could not catch the fleeing legalist martial monarch. Their next target would definitely be Yi Fei, who was chasing after them. Despicable. You actually used the devil bees to block my pursuit. Yi Fei's expression was grave. He hurriedly ordered the dragon turtle to turn around and flee. He didn't want to be chased by thousands of ancient devil bees. Boom! At this moment, the alarmed ancient devil bees actually formed a rolling mountain range under the lead of the Wasp King. They frantically chased after Yi Fei. However, to Yi Fei's surprise, the swarm of ancient devil bees didn't chase after him and the dragon turtle. Instead, they ignored them and formed a group, quickly flying over Yi Fei's head. Then, the huge hive in the distance was suddenly smashed to pieces by a few mountain-sized magical beasts. Then, they rumbled as they ran across the ground. Behind the huge beasts, Yi Fei was shocked to see a large number of magical beasts. He lost his head out of fear and followed closely behind the huge beasts, also running for his life. Then, a huge roar that seemed like it could shatter the heavens and split the earth echoed throughout the ancestral dragon abyss. When Yi Fei recalled the mocking gazes of the quasi-emperor magical beast before he entered the abyss, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 1295. Beast Roar Beast Tide. It's actually a beast tide. No wonder that legalist martial monarch purposely led me here. Is this a coincidence, or did he predict that there would be a beast tide in this direction? No matter how bold Yi Fei was, he still felt a sense of trepidation as he looked at the scene of magical beasts running madly in front of him. A beast tide was like a forest fire. It could erupt at any time, but no one could predict when it would erupt. However, there was usually a pattern to the eruption of a beast tide. First, the area could no longer contain too many vicious beasts. Many powerful vicious beasts would drive out a large number of weaker vicious beasts, forming a beast tide. Another possibility was that there were powerful vicious beasts purposely driving out a large number of vicious beasts for some purpose, forming a beast tide. Demonic beasts are also vicious beasts. This beast tide is very likely related to the quasi-emperor demonic beasts inside. Yi Fei recalled the mocking gazes of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts when he entered the ancestral dragon abyss. At that time, he thought that the quasi-emperor demonic beasts were doing a routine check to guard against human quasi-emperors. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Something big must have happened in the ancestral dragon abyss. Therefore, the quasi-emperor demonic beasts were paying attention to the strength of the cultivators entering the ancestral dragon abyss. Roar! Just as Yi Fei was thinking, the entire ancestral dragon abyss roared again. The roar was very terrifying. The rumbling sound shook the entire ancestral dragon abyss, as if it was shaking violently. Many powerful demonic beasts that had been lying in wait became anxious when they heard this sound. After more than a dozen mountain-like demonic beasts ran past Yi Fei, a few more demonic beasts that were even larger than mountains rushed over from the distant sky. These demonic beasts were hundreds of meters tall. When they walked, they were like moving mountains. What scared Yi Fei the most was their chi. These demonic beasts were all master-level demonic beasts of the martial emperor realm. Their strength ranged from the early stage to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. In the end, he even saw two terrifying demonic beasts in the peak of the martial royal realm. The two sides were fighting as they quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, countless martial sage demonic beasts were affected by the battle between the two terrifying demonic beasts and died tragically on the black ground. The appearance of these two magical beasts also made the already violent magical beast horde even more violent. Yi Fei no longer dared to fly in the sky. Instead, he hurriedly landed on the ground and used the purple gold Tai Chi to resist the attacks of the magical beast horde around him while thinking about the direction of his retreat. However, it was a pity that there were demonic beasts all around him. Moreover, these demonic beasts were all low-level martial sage demonic beasts. The martial emperor demonic beasts all had the ability to fly. Most of the demonic beasts that were fleeing for their lives did not pay attention to the ant-like humans on the ground. However, there were also a few savage lord-level demonic beasts that targeted Yi Fei and the legalist martial emperor who had already fled far away. Due to the sudden outbreak of a magical beast horde, the legalist martial emperor was quickly attacked by the magical beast horde, even though he managed to escape the encirclement of the horde of demonic bees. He had no choice but to burn the remaining half of his bloodline and flee miserably into the distance. Save me. For the sake of the human race, let's join forces. Let's resist this magical beast horde together. The legalist martial emperor shouted at Yi Fei. In the face of a terrifying magical beast horde, the strength of an individual was insignificant. Even powerful martialists would not be able to overcome a magical beast horde unless they had the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. Joining forces was the most effective way to overcome a magical beast horde. Therefore, when he saw the legalist martial emperor return, Yi Fei did not continue attacking. Instead, he asked loudly, Tell me, is the legalist martial emperor's infiltration of the ancestral dragon's abyss related to this magical beast horde? I don't know. I was only following orders to protect the young master in the ancestral dragon's abyss. It said that a quasi-emperor demonic beast is about to give birth. Save me. The legalist martial emperor did not want to speak at first. However, when a few martial emperor demonic beasts charged at him, he finally became afraid and hurriedly told Yifei everything he knew. His words were drowned out by another deafening roar. That roar was filled with pain and killing intent. At the same time, it also contained a trace of maternal concern. With the ancestral dragon's abyss as the core, the rolling sound waves formed waves of terrifying black shock waves. Any demonic beast that came into contact with the shock waves, whether it was a martial sage demonic beast or a demonic beast in the peak martial royal realm, their huge bodies exploded one after another. At this moment, the entire ancestral dragon's abyss was filled with countless demonic beast corpses. When he heard that sound, Yifei felt like his entire soul was about to explode. The purple gold Tai Chi and the war demon golden body instantly shattered. The dragon tortoise let out a pained cry. However, when the sound was heard from afar, the dragon tortoise's sturdy carapace, which glowed with a brilliant light, already showed signs of cracking. The dragon tortoise was so frightened that it rushed back into the beast-marked space as fast as it could. Even so, the dragon tortoise that rushed in was seriously injured on the spot. It collapsed weakly to the ground. Yifei immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body had been ruthlessly smashed by an invisible mountain. Half of the bones in his body had been shattered. This was the power of a quasi-emperor's attack. Even though Yifei was only at the periphery of the black shock wave, he was still seriously injured in an instant. As for the legalist martial monarch that fled back, before he could meet up with Yifei, the quasi-emperor demonic beast roar tore him to pieces. At this moment, Yifei did not know that all demonic beasts had a habit of killing all life in their surroundings when they gave birth. This way, they could ensure their own safety and the safety of their offspring. Before entering the deep abyss, those quasi-emperor demonic beasts had mocked Yifei because they knew that with Yifei's strength, even if he entered the ancestral dragon's abyss, he would not be a threat to them. Instead, the chances of him dying were very high. Roar! In the distant, deep abyss, the quasi-emperor demonic beast's roar continued. However, it no longer had the same horrifying might as before. Yifei could vaguely hear a trace of pain in the roar. Immediately, the words that legalist martial monarch said before he died flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. The quasi-emperor is giving birth. That quasi-emperor demonic beast is finally giving birth. Somewhere in an unknown broken cave, a few figures rushed out in a sorry state. The person in the lead had a handsome face and wore golden battle armor. Who else could it be but F.A. Wu Dao? After not seeing him for a few years, F.A. Wu Dao had shed his ostentatiousness and looked a little quiet. Beside him was a woman. This woman's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, making people feel pity for her. On another mountain, there was also a figure rushing out quickly. It was a man with a godlike aura. His hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a lofty aura. Lu Ming, how many people did we lose this time? Reporting to your Highness Holy Son, our Shenwu Sacred Academy sent out 3 martial monarchs and 10 quasi-martial monarchs this time. Except for the Holy Son and me, everyone was annihilated. Lu Ming's face was miserable. The quasi-emperor demonic beast's roar was too terrifying. If he did not happen to follow the Holy Son, he would not have survived. Chapter 1296. Clouds moving in all directions, the one who spoke was a young man in white. His white robe was very eye-catching in this dark, ancestral dragon abyss. The white-robed man was surrounded by the ruins of a forest that had been completely destroyed. Lying in the ruins were the corpses of more than a dozen powerful demonic beasts. They had not been killed by the roars of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. but had been tragically killed by the white-robed youth's long purple saber. When the roar ended, the white-robed man carried the emerald-purple sword and walked step by step into the depths of the ancestral dragon abyss. While the white-robed man entered the ancestral dragon abyss on the Shattered Mountain, F.A. Wu Dao looked at a certain place indifferently and asked in a deep voice, "F.A. Chung hasn't come back yet?" "Wu Dao, F.A. Chung is chasing after the holy son of the Sunluo Temple. It won't be easy to kill him," Chen Mingyao said bitterly. She hesitated for a moment, but still let F.A. Wu Dao hold her waist. For some unknown reason, F.A. Wu Dao had heartlessly abandoned Chen Mingyao in the battle god space. But very quickly, he took Chen Mingyao back and continued to make her his woman. Perhaps feeling the stiffness of Chen Mingyao's body, F.A. Wu Dao smiled and kissed her forehead. "Mingyao, don't worry. It was my fault in the martial god space. I wasn't mature at that time. In order to make it up to you, I will get the blood essence of a quasi-emperor demonic beast and let you awaken your special bloodline." There were two ways to awaken a special bloodline. The first way was to be born with a special bloodline and be able to awaken it. The second way was to obtain the life essence blood of a powerful creature and obtain the special bloodline of that creature. For example, Zhao Yu's phoenix bloodline came from the ancestor of the Zhao clan. He obtained the blood essence of a phoenix from somewhere and turned the Zhao clan from an ordinary royal clan into a descendant of the phoenix bloodline. If Chen Mingyao could obtain the blood essence of a quasi-emperor demonic beast, then she and her descendants would also have a special bloodline. This was a huge opportunity. For this opportunity, even if she was cheated, she was willing to throw herself into F.A. Wu Dao's embrace. In the darkness of the abyss, the roar of the beasts continued, but it was no longer a deterrent. In another destroyed forest, the holy son of the Shenwu Sacred Academy and Lu Ming were avoiding the huge, demonic beast corpse step by step. Lu Ming asked puzzledly, "Holy son, since that quasi-emperor demonic beast has begun to give birth, why don't we fly over with all our strength, but walk on the ground?" Glancing at Lu Ming indifferently, the holy son said, "Idiot, the roar of that quasi-emperor demonic beast is so loud. I guess that the Sunluo Temple will send people here soon. We are easily exposed in the sky. It is safer to walk on the ground." The Dark Azura Hall. Isn't that the biggest black market in the central continent? How could they have the power to control the entire white-bone wasteland? How could they let us in without being noticed? Lu Ming had long wanted to ask this question. Hearing this, the holy son's eyes suddenly became very sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "Remember, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die." Dark Azura Temple. With a huge beast roar, more than a dozen vague figures suddenly appeared in the originally empty temple. They were not the real body, but the projections of the quasi-emperor powerhouses. "Tell me, should we take action when the quasi-emperor demonic beast gives birth this time?" The black fog-like projection said indifferently. The other projections shook their heads and said together, "It's not so easy to take advantage of the birth of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. Besides, we have an agreement with the ancestral dragon abyss. Quasi-emperors are not allowed to enter. Once they enter, it may trigger a war between the quasi-emperor demonic beasts." That's true. With our strength, unless it's the birth of a martial emperor, it won't be of much use to us. Let those little guys fight inside. By the way, have those guys who entered the ancestral dragon abyss returned? The black fog asked again, replying to the chief hall master. Under the attack of the quasi-emperor demonic beast, the other 9 holy sons chose to give up chasing Yi Fei. Only Zhang Hao returned to the Dark Azura Temple. He had an accident and was killed by Yi Fei. A projection stood up and said coldly, "A holy son was killed?" The expressions of the other quasi-emperors turned strange. There was also a trace of anger. "This Yi Fei is too much. He even dared to kill a holy son. Should we capture him and teach him a lesson?" A quasi-emperor looked at the chief hall master, who turned into a black fog. The chief hall master chuckled and shook his head. There's no need. The Dark Azura Temple's strength speaks for itself. Since he was able to kill Zhang Hao, he has already proven his worth. Send out the orders. Once Yi Fei returns from the ancestral dragon abyss alive and proves his loyalty, we will do our best to nurture him. If he performs well enough, we old fellows do not mind making a move together and helping him during his martial monarch tribulation. The other quasi-emperors were greatly startled. What? Help Yi Fei with his martial monarch tribulation? Chief All-Master, that fellow is someone abandoned by heaven. His heavenly tribulation is extraordinary. That might not be the case. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. It will be difficult for Yi Fei to undergo his tribulation. However, once he succeeds, given the path of despair he took, he will be unrivaled under the level of absolute geniuses. There were also quasi-emperors who thought highly of Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei did not know that the group of quasi-emperors in the Dark Azura Temple were already in an uproar over him. His heart was currently filled with conflict. The terror of quasi-emperor demonic beasts made him feel an intense sense of danger. Before him were countless shattered corpses of demonic beasts. Further away was a huge forest that had been completely destroyed. This was all caused by the roar of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. If he went in now, and the quasi-emperor demonic beasts roared out that terrifying black shockwave, he would end up like the demonic beasts on the ground, with no bones remaining. However, if he did not go in, how was he going to find the spirit vein and break through to the martial sage 10th layer in half a year? Should I go in or not? This is a difficult problem. Yi Fei looked at the corpses of demonic beasts all over the ground and shook his head with a bitter smile. However, when he thought about how he would not be able to break through to the martial sage 10th layer in half a year, he would not have any chance of winning against the blood ancestor and the remaining 9 holy sons. Xiao Qiao, Dragon Turtle, I have decided to go deeper into the ancestral dragon abyss. Are you willing to go with me? Yi Fei decided to vote. Xiao Qiao did not hesitate to do so. Roar! Unexpectedly, the dragon turtle's attitude was also very firm. It agreed to go deeper with everyone. This made Yi Fei feel a little strange. However, Yi Fei's face twitched when he saw that the dragon turtle had almost eaten up all the spirit stones in the beastmark space. He understood that if he didn't go in, he would run out of food. Not only would he not be able to cultivate, but the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao would also starve. Chapter 1297. A bountiful harvest. The black sound waves released by the quasi-emperor demonic beasts were extremely destructive. Originally, Yi Fei wanted to find some inner cores, beast cores, and other treasure from the bodies of these demonic beasts. Unfortunately, under the roar of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts, the souls of these demonic beasts were shattered. It was basically impossible to leave behind beast cores. Yi Fei could only take a step back and take out the map that Venerable Qing Mu had given him. On the map, there were many powerful demonic beast nests. Now, these demonic beasts had either escaped or been killed by the roar of the quasi-emperor demonic beasts. This gave Yi Fei a good opportunity to harvest without restraint. Dragon Turtle, pay attention to the surroundings and look for demonic beast nests. Xiao Qiao, you are responsible for sensing the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. After all, the sound waves released by the quasi-emperor demonic beasts required the support of spiritual energy. As long as there was spiritual energy, it would not escape Xiao Qiao's senses. This way, he could seize the opportunity to hide underground when the quasi-emperor demonic beasts attacked. This was the experience that Yi Fei had after discovering that some demonic beasts had escaped by using the cracks in the ground. Of course, compared to finding these surviving demonic beasts, he was more concerned about the nests of those powerful demonic beasts. He first entered the huge hive where the large group of demonic bees were. These hives had been trampled to pieces by the demonic beasts in the process of escaping. However, Yi Fei still found a few intact hives. The royal jelly inside was a super spiritual liquid that was comparable to the ageless elixir. Naturally, Yifei did not stand on ceremony. He shared it with Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle and ate it clean. According to the markings on the map, ahead is the nest of a powerful late-stage martial king demonic beast. When Venerable Qing Mu passed by here, he almost died under the claws of that demonic beast. I wonder if that demonic beast died when it roared. Yifei held the map and quickly found the danger zone marked with a red cross. Although it was called a danger zone, it was actually full of corpses. The corpses of demonic beasts that did not manage to escape in time were everywhere. Yifei did not see the late-stage martial king demonic beast. He guessed that if a demonic beast of this level reacted quickly enough, it should be able to escape the attack of the quasi-emperor demonic beast. Knowing that there was no danger in the surroundings, Xiao Qiao became restless. He rushed out of the beast-marked space barefooted and anxiously ran toward the magical beast lair. Seeing Xiao Qiao so excited, Yifei knew that there must be treasures inside. Sure enough, as soon as Yifei rushed in, he saw Xiao Qiao rolling around in the middle of a large pile of spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were actually not afraid of Xiao Qiao and were excitedly rushing toward Xiao Qiao. Spiritual herbs. Yifei and the dragon turtle were indescribably disappointed. Although these spirit herbs had developed spiritual intelligence and could jump around, Xiao Qiao was also a spirit herb that had taken human form. Yifei was naturally embarrassed to attack. As for the dragon turtle, it could only swallow its saliva and did not dare to attack casually. In the end, Yifei and the dragon turtle could only hold back their tears as they watched the spirit herbs of heaven and earth leave under Xiao Qiao's blessings. Fortunately, this late-stage martial king demonic beast had not only captured many spirit herbs in its lair, but also a half-complete spirit vein. Time was tight, and Yifei did not have time to absorb it. Instead, he directly ordered the dragon turtle to dig out all the spirit stones in the spirit vein, and then put the large pieces of spirit stones into the beast-marked space. He immediately rushed to the next magical beast lair. With his first success, Yifei was no longer cautious this time. He immediately chose the dangerous areas marked with a red cross on the map. Normally, these areas would be considered forbidden areas for martial dominators, and anyone who entered them would die instantly. However, it was different now. Affected by the quasi-emperor demonic beast's childbirth, the powerful demonic beasts in this forest either died or ran away with their tails between their legs. The lair was empty, and it was definitely a good opportunity to rob it. Moreover, there was no danger at all. Venerable Qing Mu's map has really helped me a lot. It seems that I have to thank this old senior properly when I return. Of course, Venerable Qing Mu would definitely not be happy to be addressed as an old senior. In the second magical beast lair, Yifei did not find any spirit herbs. However, he was lucky enough to find a complete spirit vein. Such a spirit vein would be enough to cause a fierce war in the Dragon Head realm. However, at this time, Yifei naturally did not stand on ceremony and accepted it with a smile. After digging this spirit vein, the dragon tortoise had become fatter. It was unknown how many times it had eaten while digging for spirit stones. Xiao Qiao happily hugged a large piece of spirit stone and told Yifei that she wanted to make this spirit stone into a large round table. Yifei immediately felt unwell. If he followed Xiao Qiao's construction, his beast-marked space would really become a mobile house. Fortunately, the discovery of the third magical beast lair successfully saved Yifei. Immortal crystals. Damn, this is an entire immortal crystal mine. When he saw with his own eyes that the dragon tortoise had dug out an even more deeply hidden immortal crystal mine from under a spirit vein, Yifei was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. This immortal crystal mine was obviously a magical beast in the cave. It had paid a great price to merge the two spirit veins together in order to hide it from others and prevent other magical beasts from discovering this hidden immortal crystal mine. Unfortunately, no matter how smart the magical beast was, it could not escape Xiao Qiao's strong sense of spiritual energy. When it successfully dug out a piece of immortal crystal that weighed thousands of kilograms, the dragon tortoise could not stop smiling. It subconsciously picked up the immortal crystal and stuffed it into its mouth. If it was any other time, Yifei would have kicked it when he saw the dragon tortoise's actions. However, at this time, Yifei allowed the dragon tortoise to eat as much as it wanted. In any case, there was a complete immortal crystal mine here. Even if the dragon tortoise stuffed itself to death, it would not be able to eat more than 1/10 of it. Strange. Didn't they say that the Tianwu continent has thin spirit veins and almost exhausted spirit stones? How come there are so many spirit veins in the ancestral dragon abyss? There is also an immortal crystal mine? Yifei was also puzzled by this. He did not know that the ancestral dragon abyss did not appear in the ancient era. It was only after the human-demon calamity that the ancestral dragon's body collapsed, and the ancestral dragon abyss was gradually discovered by the Senluo Hall and the Quasi-Emperor clans. Strictly speaking, the ancestral dragon abyss was an undeveloped region. Therefore, not only were there many ancient magical beasts, there were also a large number of spirit veins that were preserved. If it were not for the special environment of the ancestral dragon abyss, which prevented the use of profundities and domains, as well as the presence of quasi-emperor magical beasts, many forces of the Central Plains would have long joined forces to fight over this place. It was also because the strongest force in the ancestral dragon abyss was not the human race, but the countless powerful magical beasts. When these powerful magical beasts fled for their lives, they did not think of laying down any restrictions or traps on the spirit veins. If they were smart, they would just make a little camouflage of the spirit veins and then flee in a hurry. The magical beasts would never have thought that their moment of carelessness would attract a group of vicious thieves to their lair. Not only did they dig out the spirit veins, but they also did not let go of the other treasures in the cave. Chapter 1298. Make a big dig. Thinking of his frost bow that was completely scrapped, Yifei immediately ordered, "Big Black, take this rice bowl away. I'll think of a way to make a new frost bow later." "All right, chop down the wood over there too. That's thunderstruck wood, a good material for making wood-type spiritual weapons. I can't use it, but it's good to bring it back to the family, Yi. And dig out the bones of the demonic beasts over there too. With so many demonic beasts dead, there must be a lot of beast cores inside. We can sell them for money if we bring them out." "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Don't gnaw on that stone. It's not a spiritual stone, but a 10,000-year-old frost iron. It's also a material for making emperor weapons. And Dragon Turtle, don't just stand there. This entire cave is a treasure. Hurry up and dig it out. We might as well tear it apart and take it all away." That magical beast that was running for its life would never have imagined that while it was running for its life, someone would come and rob its lair. Regardless of whether it was the spirit vein or all kinds of treasures, in the end, even the entire Cold Iron Mountain cave was smashed into pieces and taken away. So much so that when that magical beast returned and saw that its beloved nest had become a tattered black hole, that magical beast almost suspected that it had returned to the wrong nest. Of course, there were many who had the same experience as this demonic beast. Yifei also never thought that finding a spirit vein would be such a simple task. As long as he entered a demonic beast's lair and dug it out, he would definitely not return empty-handed. As the main force of digging, the dragon turtle had already reached the point where it wanted to vomit at the mention of digging a hole. Xiao Qiao's beast-marked space and even its small bed were stuffed with all kinds of spiritual stones and immortal crystals. As a result, Xiao Qiao could only squeeze its small body into the space. The dragon turtle had to shrink to the size of a palm before it could barely squeeze in. With so many spiritual stones and immortal crystals in his body, Yifei finally did not have to worry about food for Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle. Other than silently thanking the demonic beasts for their generosity, Yifei also decided to continue working hard. He set a small goal for himself. "My goal is very small, which is to dig out all 42 nests marked on Venerable Greenwood's map." Holding the map, Yi Fei was both happy and distressed. He was happy because with the birth of the Quasi-Emperor Beast, he had obtained an opportunity to easily plunder the spiritual veins in the ancestral dragon abyss. But he was distressed because his strength was still too weak. After digging for an entire day, he had only dug less than 10 nests. There was still a long way to go before he reached his goal of finding 42 nests. Inside the ancestral dragon abyss, Yi Fei could still faintly hear the angry roars of the Quasi-Emperor Beast, which seemed to still be in the process of giving birth. However, stimulated by the countless spirit veins, Yi Fei had suddenly forgotten about the threat of the Quasi-Emperor Beast and only continued to speed up, quickly digging one nest after another. However, just like Yi Fei was definitely not the only one who wanted to take advantage of the escape of the demonic beasts to plunder the nests of the demonic beasts. As a matter of fact, just as Yi Fei was excitedly rushing towards another magical beast nest, Xiao Xiao, whose entire body was so cramped that it could only squat in the beast mark space, suddenly discovered something and hurriedly gestured to Yi Fei. Xiao Xiao, what did you say? Someone got ahead of us and has already plundered the nest in front. Yi Fei's fanatical heart was doused with a bucket of cold water. Only then did he remember that he was not the only one in the ancestral dragon abyss. If the legalist martial emperor could hide, others could definitely do the same. It seems that there are many people who want to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the demonic beasts. I just don't know if it's the legalist martial emperor or the saints. Yi Fei didn't know that the saints had all returned to Sun Luo Hall after hearing the roar of the demonic beasts. He was the only one who was still taking the risk to venture deeper. The one plundering the demonic beast's nest was none other than F.A. Wudao. However, no matter who it is, the most important thing right now is to take advantage of this opportunity to reap as many benefits as possible. Now is not the time to fight. He looked at the map and saw that there were still many demonic beast nests that had not been excavated. He decisively turned around, intending to avoid this place, and continued digging in another place. Yi Fei, you're Yi Fei. Chen Mingyao walked out a nearby cave in disbelief. She couldn't stand the bloody stench of the demonic beast nests and had come out for some fresh air. In the end, she unexpectedly saw a very familiar person standing outside the cave, even though Yi Fei had already turned around. However, that familiar purple-gold-black robe allowed Chen Mingyao to immediately recognize Yi Fei's identity. Chen Mingyao. Yi Fei turned around in surprise. He was very shocked. What was going on? Wasn't this woman abandoned by F.A. Wudao in the martial god space? Why was she here in the ancestral dragon abyss? Mingyao, what did you say? You actually found Yi Fei? Ha ha, this must be heaven's will. At this moment, 2 more people walked out of the cave. The leader had a jade-like face with an enigmatic smile. Compared to the martial god space, F.A. Wudao was no longer arrogant and his eyes were sharper. After the last battle, this person actually grew up. As expected, the young masters of quasi-emperor clans are not mediocre. Yi Fei's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Chen Mingyao's eyes also flashed with embarrassment and complexity. However, when F.A. Wudao came out, her expression returned to indifference. Yi Fei, you shouldn't have appeared here. Now, I can't help you even if I wanted to. Help me? How are you going to help me? Are you going to betray me like you did in the Outer Sea? Or are you going to abandon me like you did with Fu Renjia? Yi Fei couldn't help but sneer. Yi Fei, you know? Chen Mingyao's face turned pale. She had always thought that her plan to betray Yi Fei was very successful. If nothing went wrong, Yi Fei should have died in the Outer Sea. When she came to the Middle Continent and heard that Yi Fei had become the first on the Sky Roll and the Invincible Prime, Chen Mingyao found it hard to believe that the person who betrayed her was Yi Fei, the person she thought was dead. I know everything. Chen Mingyao, I don't blame you for betraying me. However, do you know how many warriors of the northern region have died because of your betrayal? How many brothers and sisters have died because of you? To think that you still have the cheek to pretend to help me. Yifei stared coldly at the woman. In the martial god space, he had been in a hurry to leave and hadn't dealt with Qinmeng Yao. He hadn't expected that this would give her a chance to turn things around. This time, should he take advantage of the opportunity to kill her and avenge his brothers and sisters who had died in the outer sea? Murderous intent? You are indeed the first on the sky roll. How dare you target my woman in front of me? F.A. Wudao glared coldly at Yifei. His eyes were very sharp and concealed a different kind of sharpness. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.